certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good there's something about not hearing this. This would happen to me some Mondays on the radio after a really busy weekend. There's something about not hearing your voice for about 3 days or so, and then the first thing you say, and it hits your headphones, you go, "Oh shit, that's what I sound like." Oh my God, I scared the shit out of myself. Welcome to the program. Oh my God, I have such high hopes for today. I really do. Which means, setting myself up for disappointment. I'm
crash and burn.
Oh my God, are you kidding? So we have no goals until tomorrow morning, right?
Wow.
But tomorrow morning, the goal is 150. And here's my deal. I'm like, well, why don't they just take care of it Monday? We'll just take care of it right here in Brainerd. Plus, we have, it's a holiday week. Numbers will be down. People are going out of town. It's going to be a different kind of week. I'm still going to do morning and evening shows, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And I figure, well, Aaron, you want to stay ahead, right?
Yeah.
You want to stay ahead. And here, one way you can stay ahead is you have to have leverage. You have to have something to offer people. So, my offer to this fine audience is very simple. Stay ahead. We do a Rumble Friday show on Thursday.
Okay.
We don't stay ahead. Fuck it. I'll go to the cabin an extra day. We'll take Thursday off. Nicey nice, whatever. Cool. But I think ultimately I'd like to do a Rumble Friday show Thursday. Mm-hmm. I'd like to do that. So if I'd like to do it, and there's going to be lots of people that are like, there's nothing on Thursday morning because everyone's kind of taken off for the 4th of July weekend. They'd like a Rumble Thursday show. So they want a Rumble Thursday show. I want a Rumble Thursday show. We've been ahead for 2 weeks now. Essentially, we haven't had a lot of struggles for the last 2 weeks. And I've always said, I was like, my dream is to get ahead by a day and then just stay ahead. And we've stayed ahead for 2 weeks. So I'm like, all right, that's what we're going to do. We stay ahead this week. We keep cranking them out. We keep knocking them out. I'll do a show Thursday morning. And then we'll be ahead, right?
Yeah.
I have no plans for next week on how I'm going to stay ahead. So 1 week at a time, we'll stay ahead.
That's next week Aaron's problem.
That's next week Aaron can worry about that. If I've learned one thing, it's that week to week, different universe. Different universe. So the weekend was wonderful, and we'll talk about it in a little bit. Your weekend was fill in the blank.
My weekend was relatively unproductive. I kept hanging out and talking with Digger, and then I had some video recording stuff I was doing, so I'm looking at some voice acting stuff. So that's what I was doing all weekend.
All right. Is there I feel like voice work would be very easy to get into if you just sat down and tried. Like you'd have lots of opportunities. A lot of people need voice stuff.
Not quite. There's internet like you make it yourself, like Etsy-esque, like those kind of sites and stuff. Like you can get work on that. But in terms of like, there's a thing I found with a voice actor I really like named Steve Bloom, and so
I've heard of him.
He's Wolverine and Starscream and a bunch of other characters. He's a pretty well-known voice actor. He's got his own studio thing, and so they had a thing on the internet that found me through Facebook. So I've been looking into that.
Nice. Yeah, I've always wanted to do that, but I'll be honest, like abject laziness is what's up.
Dude,
because
it's so laziness.
Well, I'm only down here to prep the show, and by the time I've spent an hour or so prepping a show for the next day, I feel like just getting the fuck away from my computer and going out and doing something. And then the other time I'm down here is when I'm doing a show, and by the time I'm done with a 4-hour show or a 2-hour show, I'd like to,
yeah,
I
know the feeling.
Just go.
I've been at my computer a lot lately.
And by the way, I understand these are not real problems. Yeah. I understand these are not real issues. I understand that this is a garbage, dog shit, disgusting, Seinfeldian, shitty way to be.
Why do I have to sit at my computer?
And why do I have to keep sitting here and do more voice work? My voice has worked for 4 hours. Because you're a fucking asshole. That's why. Because you're a cunt.
I was in the pool.
Jane and John Doe starting us off. This is, I always forget the one thing about Monday shows, that scoreboard starts lighting up. And you gotta keep track of the scoreboard.
You gotta update the shit out of it, man.
I gotta update the scoreboard. So we've already got our first Jane and John starting it off. Jane and John for 20. And then Federales for 1. That's right. We keep track of the ones here at the start of the week. Jane and John Doe with $20 says, for things undisclosed, good luck. Aliens. A lot of aliens and Area 51 stuff I'm involved in. $1 from Los Federales says, good morning from the Dominican Republic. He's recruiting shortstops. On vacation, here's my update. Good news is no diarrhea yet. Bad news is I still have 7 days for diarrhea to get me. A moment of silence for my asshole, please. You know, those kinds of places have got to be just the nice, most amazing places on earth. Because
the Dominican Republic?
Yeah. And the reason I say that is because, like he just said about his asshole, like, look at what people are willing to put themselves through to go there and have a weekend. Like that guy, or a week. Like people go there for 2-3 weeks at a time. And it could be, like he said, it could be
any minute.
R.I.P. your asshole. Your asshole could explode. Your sphincter could literally, like the corpse flower.
Yeah.
The corpse flower will shoot open and it will smell like rotten death. That's your asshole in the Dominican Republic. And people go there and they have a great time and they don't complain. And they'll come back and they'll be like, oh yeah, got a little Montezuma's revenge. I had shooting projectile diarrhea into my toilet. And that's just fine with them. That's just, what do they call that? Cost of doing business.
No, that's a high cost.
They're more than willing to pay it, dude. They're more than willing to pay it. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron talking about the Caribbean and your asshole might... Shut up, Annoyed. Professor Tie-Dye with $5. Yeah, they're convinced you're dead and that this is all AI that we're doing today.
Oh, dude, I'm AI? Shit.
They're all convinced. They've been convinced since last Wednesday that you're dead.
The Johnny's AI?
The AI they just came up with today. They're a creative bunch. No, they think you're dead. And
no, not yet, but soon. Like, just hold on.
You'll
see it.
We're hiding your death, and we're tricking people. And we've just established this AI thing in advance.
I feel like they missed the part earlier where we were too lazy to do voice work.
Right, exactly. You think I'm going to build
voice work? We're going to get this AI thing worked out.
I've lost every co-host I've ever had, save for one, and it's one of those things where, like, every time a co-host leaves, I'm like, well, we lost another one. You know, I'm like that little kid who shouldn't be allowed to have hamsters.
You squeeze them too tight.
Yeah, I am Lenny.
You are Lenny.
I'm Lenny from Of Mice and Men, and I squeeze all of my co-hosts to death. And then I'm like, can I get one? We can't get you another co-host, Lenny. You squeeze them too tight and they die. And I don't mean to. It just sort of happens that way. And so, yeah, if you think I'm creating like an AI to save like a co-host, no. It's a lot easier to just convince yourself you're fine and just move on.
Yeah.
That's the better way to do it. Professor Tie-Dye with $5 says, with Johnny's passing, we need a better replacement. This animatronic Johnny is too lifelike. It needs to be more Springtrap from Five Nights at Freddy's to pass this Johnny. Papa Shab says, this is a good way to put it. Corey Adams fired himself to drive RVs.
Yeah.
Corey Corey just stopped wanting to get up in the morning.
Yeah, he's kind of a night owl guy. He likes doing comedy. Makes sense. And he's down in Texas. Like, if you're in the right area, you're 30 minutes from 3 major cities.
When we got the Rumble creator thing, I was like, ooh, I have something to leverage with old Corey Adam.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, hey, you want to come back and do 1 day a week? Yeah, and it doesn't matter how much money. Like, he was doing 2 days a week for a certain amount of money. And I offered him a better per show rate than what he was getting before to do Wednesdays. And he can't be bought. He can't be bought, you know?
Sleep is precious, and he's decided it has a value.
Corey Adam cannot be bought. Hulkamasha Baby says, it wasn't you, Aaron. Those 8 people all had issues. I'm Lenny. I'm Lenny from Of Mice and Men. I mean, Zach got offered somewhere that didn't pay a minimum wage.
Mm-hmm.
So he left. I mean, look, Zach left for a good reason. Zach left because a bigger company in a bigger city offered him a job that was more than 4 hours a day. And, I mean, we still used it like the pro wrestling angle. We still used it as, the big guys fucking over the little guys and Zach's a sellout and blah, blah, blah. Like, we still played all that card. But I'll be honest, if I was in Zach's spot, I'd have fucking skedaddled.
Really?
I'd have gotten the Well, Gary sucked to work for. The only reason I didn't mind working for Gary was because we were drawing money hand over fist, and I owned the show, and I had all the advertising for the show. So all that money that was coming in, I got a hefty percentage of it.
Mm-hmm.
If you were a second mic, you didn't work like for me. You didn't work for the show. You worked for
Gary.
Tri-County Broadcasting, and they would just pay you a flat rate no matter how well the show did. And that rate, no shit, was like $9.50 an hour, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
It was low.
Gary paid the second mics $9.50 an hour. I had Twitch, and we were getting memberships on Twitch, and we were simulcasting on Twitch, and the advertisers would give prizes for the people who donated the most money on Twitch. And I would take that money and I whacked it up, and I would give myself a couple $100 every month. And then the rest I would give to the second mics. They would get a Twitch check. Now, I didn't know I was also, here's what I learned.
Paying taxes on it afterwards?
40%.
Oh my God.
Because it was 1099. I didn't have
I almost feel bad.
Yeah, I didn't have a corporation back then. My first missed, not realize. I thought, when I first got Twitch, I thought Twitch paid your taxes and then gave you the rest.
Yeah.
That like a paycheck, right? I thought they took the taxes out, whatever. So the second year, because the first year I didn't make a ton on Twitch, but the second year, 2019,
really bit you in the ass,
$14,000.
Ouch.
In taxes. 14. Imagine you've built up a war chest. This is before I had, people in my life that were very expensive and needy and everything else. And you build up, you build up, you build up. You're feeling good. You're like, oh my God, what a comfortable place. I mean, this is amazing. This is fantastic. And then in June of 2020, you get a thing like, hey, we never got any money for this. And they show you the printout of all the Twitch stuff. And you're like, that'll be 14 grand, please. And you're just kind of like, you know what? I didn't really want to go on that trip anyway.
Well, hey, look at it this way. I've never actually had to pay the government 14 grand in taxes. That requires making a shitload of money first.
Yeah, well, I mean, you didn't really make it. I gave it to you guys. And so, like, I didn't even get to
in this case, you're right. In this case, you paid us, and then you got bit in the ass.
So I would say every year I kept about between 2 and 3 grand for myself. And then I paid out 14. So I lost about 11,000 the first year of Twitch.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. What do you do? What do you do? Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, for fuck's sake, you are unbelievably bad at business, and I manage hoagie artists for a living. Have you ever read a terms of service? No, I'm just part of my charm. And then the anniversary weekend is getting a little more expensive.
Uh-oh. How so?
Well, I thought we had a deal on bringing our guests here, and now they're running into some travel snafus. Yeah. And they want to, I'm trying to look for a way to, remember how Coop and Scotty flew in Eurotrip? Like they just pretended to be couriers. I'm trying to get them to just, do the courier thing and get their ass over here. Los Federales with $1 says, here's the funny thing. Because of the ICE situation in the States, there are tons of Latinos vacationing here. Too many, to be honest. I miss my white people. Gonna pour one out for my crackers. Zedman with $1 says, will this new Robotronic Johnny continue original Johnny's exotic meat emporium?
There's no meat emporium.
That's a good question. No, there's
just the shirt, the meat market shirt. There's no emporium. There's no meat market. It's just the merch on the site.
As an AI now, how does the meat market thing continue?
There's no meat market. There never was. It was a goddamn goof. It's just a shirt.
Are you sure?
Multicolor.
I don't know how it can be.
Streamlabs.com/justkiddingllc/merch.
I don't know how it can be a goof. Everyone thinks it's real.
Everyone thinks it's real, but it's not. It's just the Cuckham shirt. That's literally all it is.
But like, it's not even a Bigfoot thing where most people are like, it's bullshit, it's blah, and then some people are like, no, I really believe in it. It's 100% like everybody believes it's real. So I do feel like...
Yeah, but nobody can show you a picture of them at the meat market because it doesn't actually exist.
Well, I think it's an online business.
It's not even that. It's not a thing. It's not even real.
Oh.
You know what it is? It's a fart in the wind. It's fairy dust.
I had no... Well, I mean, people are begging to differ. I don't know who to believe. This is one of those weird things where I don't want to take sides. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, are your guests able to enter the state? No, they're fine. No, they're fine on that end. Thank you. Annoyed Wawa. All right, let's get into some things today. We have some stuff to talk about. I got a gift over the weekend. I got something in the mail on Saturday. We got to watch a video on this guy. I got to see what kind of new age, progressive lefty friend I've made. I think I made a progressive lefty friend.
That's interesting.
Which is fun because I don't make a lot of friends anymore.
Especially on that spectrum, yeah.
I mean, lately, I have a lot of friends. I have a lot of people I hang out with. I golfed in a foursome yesterday. Not trying to brag. But, making new friends, especially if they Google, that can be kind of tough. So all they'll know about me is, he does smile well for those. He does smile well.
I don't really see many people come up with a Fox 9 article. Okay, let's see where this goes.
And Daily Mail. So I made a new friend, and his name is Billy Nord. Now,
Okay.
if you don't know who Billy Nord is running for the Senate in Minnesota.
Oh yeah.
And numero uno, this is a numero uno Josh Denny fan production. Numero uno Josh Denny fan found this guy Billy Nord and got him hooked up with Steel Toe somehow. Just like, you got to watch Steel Toe, whatever, blah, blah, blah. There's two shows that numero uno will promote. Red Bar and Steel Toe.
Thank you, Numero.
And I guess this Billy Nord guy, turns out he's a big Red Bar guy. Like, he promoted Red Bar on his like Facebook or Twitter or whatever. And so numero uno loves this Billy Nord who's running for the Senate in Minnesota. So Billy Nord finds out about it. He starts watching Steel Toe. And in the mail on Saturday, I get this. And I got to say, I've seen a lot of politician hats. This is a decent politician hat. Like this, a lot of them are dog shit. A lot of them are really shitty hat. This is a quality hat.
It looks pretty.
Billy Nord.
Is it solid back, or has it got that like mesh netting back thing?
No, solid back.
Solid back.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
You know, I was a fitted hat guy when I was a kid, and now fitted hats are all that gay straight brim shit. So I've gone back to snapback for a lot of my hats, and I don't regret it. You need that curvature in your hat, or you look like an asshole.
Yeah, dude, I curve every bill on my hat. If it isn't curved enough, I curve it more on my own. Like,
well, so Billy Nord gave me this, and I don't want to wear it. I want to keep it with the tag and, part of my, maybe put it on the Steel Toe Hall of Fame shrine over there in the corner of the room that SP built. And then he sent a handwritten note, and not like a printed handwritten note, not like a printed.
yeah,
on
you
a
can barely
computer.
see the ink coming through, but yeah, handwritten note.
Yeah, a handwritten note from
signed with auto pen.
No, signed by the man.
The bottom it says Joe Biden. What's this business?
No. It's from Billy Nord, who's running for Senate. And he says, Aaron, thanks for making my mornings a little less dull. Holler at me. Holler if you hear me. Holler at me if I could come by the show sometime and beg your viewers for votes. So he even does a beg thing with
All
the
right.
begging for votes. So thank you.
He understands the show at the very least.
Thank you, Billy Nord, and thank you, Numero Uno, for making that a thing. I appreciate it. K-Fallen the Great with $2 says, I have sent you pictures of Johnny's meat trucks.
No, you haven't. No, you have not.
Oh,
These
yeah.
are not real.
Oh, yeah, look at those. Yeah, I'm sorry, Johnny. That's a meat truck if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, but that doesn't have to be a real photo. It's not real.
Sam Show
It's not a
says
thing.
he's not a fan. He didn't even call you a queer. Well, he hasn't been a fan long enough. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says Robo FNAF Johnny will end snapping and serving human meat at his exotic meats emporium. So let's let up on the gas and slowly break the AI. Okay. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, what's better, the hat or pies? We all know the answer, you fatty. Yeah, I don't know if you saw this, but Professor Tie-Dye sent me a bunch of gas station pies.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you eat them?
I mean, I didn't want to be rude.
Why waste them? Yeah,
Yeah.
I get you.
I didn't want to be rude to the guy, for fuck's sake.
Frugality is the spice of your life, eh?
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm a frugal kind of guy. What can I tell you? K-Fallen now entering the top 4 with his $2. There we go. I'm keeping track, buddy. I'm keeping track. I'm keeping them on the straight and narrow. So let's go see what this Billy Nord is up to.
All right.
Let's see his campaign commercial. Let's see what kind of new viewer Numero
We've
Uno
attracted.
Josh Denny fan brings me. Billy Nord for Senate. There's got to be something on YouTube, right? There's nothing.
Billy, what are you doing, buddy? Come on.
Billy, come on, Billy.
You got a phone, you can put out a YouTube video. You don't even have to put it in landscape anymore. You can hold the
I'm
up.
not shitting you. The first thing that comes up when you Google Billy Nord is a Stalin 19 clip of me from a month ago. I'm the first thing that comes up when you type Billy Nord for Senate. All right, step 2, we're going to go to Twitter and we'll find some Billy Nord. Watch, it's just numero uno. It's just a guy he's created. It's his Tony
We
Clifton.
have to now actually confirm that there is a Billy Nord running for state senate.
There's no Billy Nord.
Uh-oh.
This is mentally ill.
Well,
hold on.
I can't imagine why the guy's reaching out to our show for publicity.
Billy Nord, U.S. Ballotpedia. Billy Nord is running for election to the U.S. Senate to represent Minnesota. He declared candidacy for the 2026 election. So he is a guy. He has an Instagram.
The 2026 election, he's got time.
Oh, his Twitter, his Instagram account is private. You can't run for the Senate and have a there he has a Billy Nord from Minnesota Instagram. All right, let's see if we can we find a fucking movie on the guy? Oh, here we go.
His congratulatory press conference right now, celebrating the Supreme Court's decision to allow him to end birthright citizenship. We still have the fucking Constitution. That's all I'm saying. And I want to see our Democratic leaders live on cameras, social media, and network TV, strategizing 24/7 from now until the end of Trump's term on how we're going to fight this. Get on cameras. Thank you.
There. So that's Billy Nord. He doesn't like the Supreme Court uphold. I don't know if you guys saw this during that. We should talk about this today. Over the weekend, I think Friday, the Supreme Court came out with their decision announcing that Trump had the right to end birthright citizenship. And it broke down on 6-3, kind of what they believe to be conservative liberal lines. Birthright citizenship is now done in the United States of America, confirmed by a review of the Supreme Court. I mean, that's big news. You muted yourself. You muted yourself.
Fuck me.
Guys, there's no goal for a reason. Just go back to bed.
I have it on monitor so it doesn't echo through, so I hear my voice still. I'm sorry.
Just go back to bed. We're going to try. It's a short week anyway. What do you want from us?
No,
all right.
So they got rid of birthright citizenship. How do you become a citizen?
You have to do it the old-fashioned. You got to come here legally. You got to go through the process. You got to take the citizenship test. You got to know what you're doing. Because that's how you become a citizen. You can't just plop out a baby and the baby gets to stay here and the baby's a citizen. Wait a minute. What about people who are citizens and have kids?
That's kind of like, I'm thinking of it from like the perspective of,
Hold on a fucking minute. Yeah, good point, Johnny. Do we all have to, you know what? This might make me for this more than I thought, because I was kind of like,
because now we all have to study and take the test.
I kind of thought this was a shitty move at first. I thought I don't like this. This is Trump just wanting to have his immigration agenda by ending something that, while it hasn't been a thing here forever, it's been a thing here for a long time. And I was like, well, that's kind of a shitty deal that he's doing there. I think this could be good. Let's remove birthright citizenship for everybody. Meaning like my children, my children's children. Let's end birthright citizenship across the board. And when you're like, I don't know, 13, you got to take a citizenship test. And in your citizenship test, you got to name all 3 branches of government. You got to name all the Supreme Court justices, your 2 senators. You got to name your congressperson, the president, the vice president, the Speaker of the House. I like this. But we're not doing it right. If you're born to an American citizen, you become an American citizen. All right, fine, whatever. But let's end birthright citizenship forever. For everybody. Yeah. And then we're all just visiting. And now the problem with that is where do you deport someone to if they fail the test? It's kind of a staring contest sort of a thing, right? Because you're like, well, fuck you.
Dropping him off in third world countries. He's not even from here.
I have an idea. Okay, you got to take the citizenship test at 13. You can take it once every 2 years.
All right.
If you fail, you got to wait 2 years. You got to go back and study. If you don't pass the citizenship test, you can't vote. So, like, if you're born here with your parents are citizens, you're born here, we can't deport you if you fail the citizenship test. But what we can do is you don't get to vote unless you pass the citizenship test.
All right.
There's my deal. So our boy Billy Nord, I'm going to start being for everything Billy Nord is for.
That could be a dangerous stance.
Because he loves the show.
Well, and that's very nice of him. He threw the hat in, maybe, $5 here or there to help us float the goal is great. But you do realize that's a little loaded. It looks like a great guy, but we don't know any of his other stances.
At the beginning of today's show, I was going to be really happy that Pride Month is ending in honor of Billy Nord being a fan of this show. I'm sad about Pride Month ending.
That's weird.
Yeah, I've changed my mind.
I'm unaffected by it ending.
I'm bummed. I wish that June was 31 days long. I think the fact that Pride Month is June, I think is a government conspiracy to hold, I'm not going to say hold gay people down because some of them might, aces, but to oppress the gay. And if they really gave a shit about gay people, they would give them July.
Why?
Because it's 31 days.
Is that always 31?
I'm working with a jackanape.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm retarded.
The months are always the months.
No. Some of them, yeah.
February, because of leap years. There's one.
Oh, well then what does it matter?
What are you, fucking 6?
Pretty much, yeah.
You didn't know that all the months kept their days except for February? There's a fucking song they teach you in school. With all the days have 30 days with the 31 in February.
That sounds horrible.
They do a fucking song about it. Do you know your ABCs? What comes after L?
M.
Incorrect. It's M and Opie. M and Opie.
Didn't they used to do a morning show? Oh,
M and Opie used to do a morning. It's actually really, really good. So yes, it's it has 31. Yeah. If you didn't know, you better ask somebody. The Road Dog and K Quick get rowdy. Jane and John Doe with $5, thank you, says it's probably going to become just sanguinis instead of jus soli. I don't speak Latin. You need to be related to a U.S. citizen instead of born within the U.S. All right. Sergeant Holka with $5 says if citizens' parents have a baby, that child is subject to the jurisdiction thereof and therefore is a citizen by birthright. Yes! So we're all good. We are all good. So there's 25 from Jane and John Doe. And then we've got 5 from Holka. So Holka is now in the top 4. Federales is in 4th place. K Fallen has now K fallen out of the top 4. Hey, everybody. No, it is it's the end of Pride Month this month, or today. It's the last one. And I have to say, this is the most quiet Pride Month ever.
This year it's been really low key. Dude,
I haven't seen a single cock. I haven't seen a single shaken. I have not seen one fairy that's terrible. I picked the wrong choice of words. It's not even called
Peter Pan.
It's not called a fairy, it's a float. I just was homophobic for no reason.
The thing's on it. What?
Yeah, the thing's on it. The fairies are on a float. There is the thing is not a fairy, it's a float. The fairies ride on the float. If you ride on the float, you're a fairy, but if you're the actual float, you're not a fairy, you're a float. The float ferries the fairy.
Oh, Jesus, Freud, watch your step. That's a wet floor there. You're slipping.
You know,
all right, so yes.
do you every time a gay person gets on a bus, they pay a ferry. It's bus ferry. It's a bus. You get the idea.
See, I feel like, yeah, no.
You get the idea. But I haven't seen one like banana hammock waving a cock around in front of a 9-year-old's face at a parade this month. It's been really great. I haven't walked into one store and seen like rainbows sodomizing me as soon as I walk in. It's been really nice. It feels like a small social reversal. Not a big one. It's not like I'm not going to be one of these guys who the tide is turning. No, we're fucked. It's over. It's Sodom and Gomorrah. We're done. The meteor just is arriving slowly. That's all. It's over. We lost. So there is no pushback. There is no pendulum swinging back the other way. It's just that this has been a nice reprieve. It's kind of like just because the rain and the wind dies down a little doesn't mean the hurricane's over.
Mm-hmm.
But it's nice when that moment happens. And that's the moment we're in right now socially, is it quieted down for a little bit. I think Trump in general kind of gives us a little bit of a reprieve from all of this social shit. And then when he's gone, they'll pick it back up again. So enjoy it while it's here.
Yeah, it definitely seems like because of the criticism it's received from political entities, that at the very least, like, all right, guys, it's not the best time. Keep your fucking head down and in your pants.
Well, it's been a really quiet Pride Month. It's been nice. Yesterday I was driving to the golf course and I realized I was like, holy shit, Pride Month ends tomorrow. I was like, I kind of forgot it even came.
Well, they were behind you at the time, so it was hard to see.
It was, yeah, I mean, like with the,
yeah,
it'll be nice.
I know what you meant.
And then, like, to wash the taste out of our,
you just can't help yourself.
I'm having a gay day. To wash the taste out of our mouths, 4 days later, you get the 4th of July. You get to celebrate when there was a country called the United States of America. It was founded on July 4th of 1976.
It's dead now.
It's a corporation now. It doesn't exist. It got reformed around the 1960s, and it became, America Incorporated, and it became a global corporation. The song "Blood on Their Hands" by Reckless Kelly. There's a line in there about like he paid his debt to the worldwide land of the free. And I'm like, that's how I feel. That's the United States of America. We're a corporation now. We're a global corporation. What's the other line? He says, God bless America, but goddamn Uncle Sam. I'm like, Uncle Sam is the CEO of the globalist product known as America.
A wholly owned subsidiary of what? Nope, not going to say it.
Let's go to Fart Mustard. I love this name. Fart Mustard with $2. Says, thanks, Toe. Gone tomorrow. Moving Boston. Call today. That's the guy who has the moving company. If you're in Boston, contact Fart Mustard for your moving needs. 120 away from tomorrow. Now, here's the deal. We did say if you guys stay ahead on the goal, we will do a show on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't stay ahead on the goal, I will kick back at the lake on Wednesday, and I will not come back until Sunday. And that'll be my weekend. Mr. Beat is right. Only 19 likes on Rumble. Everyone go ahead and hit like. Everyone hit follow. Everyone hit subscribe. Everybody throw in $2. Everyone become a member or a subscriber. We appreciate it. Go ahead. Show your support for free or for money, any way you'd like to for the program. Occam's Machete becoming a member for 8 months. Says, Johnny, what sound does a cow make? Don't try to get cute. Answer the guy's question. He's been a member for months. What sound does a cow make?
Moo. Cow, moo. What else is there?
What sound does he make?
Moo.
What does a cow say?
Moo. Why do we have to keep doing this?
I just want to see how many times you'll say moo.
I think we've reached my limit.
That's it. That's
Yeah.
all the amount of times I can get you.
I feel like
say
I
moo.
got it out there. If you haven't caught it by now, that's a you problem.
What's that thing that they call it? Like it's kind of like it's a pajama thing, but it's kind of for older, maybe more full-figured gals. They wear that pajama.
A moo-moo.
Thank you.
I hate you. Oh no, it's it's a moo-moo. We're good. We got it.
I'm just trying to think of more words with moo in it, and I'll be honest, a lot
Not
less. Really. Yeah. What's that thing that Bullwinkle is, and they've got big antlers?
A moose.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Zen Man Builds gifting a membership to Roots Calhoun, Roos Bolton Calhoun. Thank you, Zen Man. That's going to put Zen Man at $7. Zen Man at set. This is the shitty part about Mondays. I look like a goddamn phoebe trying to keep up with this shit. I apologize.
You and Roots are still having that showdown at the anniversary show, right?
Yeah. And I'm paying for Roots' fucking travel, and now my featured, my headliners fucking hit me up for more money because of travel costs in this country. So I think we're gonna run the anniversary was looking like a nice profitable little endeavor, and I think those profits are gonna be eaten up. I think we're gonna break even for the old. I had to make a counter offer and said, look, this is what I got to do to avoid going out of pocket for this deal. Coltrane with it, it's getting to be Bob Levy numbers. I could have had Levy. You don't think anyone's going to get mad that I had a choice and I went Gino and Keanu versus Levy.
Well, two comedians versus one, technically that's a better deal.
Well, here's the deal. So we were looking good for a while with we had agreed on a number, and ticket sales are going well, and you got the golf tournament, the whole sponsorships are going well, and that's all very nice. It's all very wonderful. And so I was taught, and we had Gino and Keanu booked, and we had Gino and Keanu booked. I'm like, this is looking all right. And I went and so I contacted Levy. I'm like, it would be really cool if you came out and did the anniversary show. We're looking pretty good. And he gave me a number, and I was like, ooh, that's a little steep, but we could do a show in the winter, and we could bring you out and just have a Bob Levy show sometimes. Right. But for like what I'm making extra on this anniversary show, that's a little,
it's going to spread you a little thin, right?
Right. So then Gino and Keanu have this travel thing, and their price starts going up. And I'm trying to get them locked in. And now the number we're at, I'm like, oh, shit, that's about Levy numbers. Right there. My old buddy Bob Levy. But yes, we have Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says Bob Levy only sells in North Jersey Guinea restaurants. Hobo Chili says, why waste $50? Coltrane with $1 says Aaron at the lake. All right, I am trying to get going this morning. I know we're having a meandering start to the morning, but I'm having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having a good time, and you guys are having a good time, so we're going to keep it going here. Coltrane with $1 says Aaron at the lake. All right, this is me at the lake. Oh, that's not. Oh, my God. Holy shit. Wow. Well, that was funny.
Whoa. This is AI. That can't be.
No shit. Johnny's like, she didn't really jump in the pool and bring down the entire building.
No, not the bring down the thing. I just meant her being real. That girl.
Oh, no, I knew that wasn't real. It was still impressive to see.
Right.
Like, even for AI, for a fat person to do flip like that, you just don't see it. You just don't see it.
It's like reason it's called physics.
It's like what? Yeah. Well, it's like watching Bam Bam Bigelow do a moonsault. You're like, big guys aren't supposed to do shit like that. All right, guys. Thank you very much for your generosity and your decency. 1:15 is the number for tomorrow morning. Like I said, if we stay ahead goal-wise, we'll do a show on Thursday. That's the rule. That's the deal. I had an amazing weekend. And before we continue with today's show, can I tell you where I went to a couple places this weekend, and I was really happy about it. Would you like to hear where I went?
Yeah, sure.
How
was your weekend?
I did two things.
Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
Did you really go to the museum, or was that?
I had a great weekend.
All right. Yeah.
Do you remember what I did this weekend?
Yeah. I thought you went to a concert.
Nigger League Museum.
We miss him.
I'm an American history buff.
It was a very, very turbulent time.
It was a different time in this country's history. So, yeah. No, as everyone knows, I had a busy weekend. My daughter and I had a very fun time. Do you remember where my daughter and I got to go this weekend?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the Weird Al.
Incorrect. My daughter and I went to
Nigger League Museum.
I have to say, the Glenn Kuiper clip will never not be funny to me. Do you think Billy Nord likes this kind of content?
I don't know. I mean, I think like he embraces it as part of the show.
Oh my God! Do you remember what he looked like when we played that clip? You remember what Billy looks like?
Mm-hmm.
Does he kind of look like skinny Nikocado Avocado?
Yeah,
a little bit. You know, Billy Nord, I'm gonna actually be campaigning for him this summer.
Wow, that's a quick turnaround. You're gonna campaign for him. All it took was a hat. Nice.
I'm gonna make a couple of campaign stops. You know where our first stop is?
Where?
Nigger League Museum.
That's where I'm going first. That's where I'm going to stump for Billy Nord as our end of Pride Month celebration.
I feel like if you're going there, you also have to hit up the barbecue.
Maybe, if there's time. But no, I'm kidding. We did go to the Weird Al concert, and it was a lot of fun. We made a whole day of it. Like it was a 2-hour drive from where we were at the cabin to go to the Weird Al show. So we had to stop. We stopped for lunch on our way down.
Mm-hmm.
That was great.
What?
Stopped for lunch on the way down.
Where'd you stop?
Oh, thanks for asking.
Nigger League Museum.
They serve food?
Yeah, dude, it's really good. They know hospitality there, and they know service. You know, they come around, they call you sir. They call you massa.
They greet you right on the porch.
Oh, it's really great. They
Walk
give
in.
you a mint julep. They ask if you've got the vapors from the heat. It's really wonderful. No, it was great because we stopped at it was at Treasure Island Casino.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, Treasure Island, you know, the casinos here in Minnesota, if people don't know, you're only allowed to have casinos on Indian reservations. Only Native American tribes are allowed to have casinos. And I will say it's not just a shameless money grab for the tribes. They like to honor, you know, Native Americans being kind of an oppressed class in the United States historically. Mm-hmm. They like to honor other oppressed classes. At the casino, they have this wonderful this feature at the casino, and my daughter and I went and saw it while we were there.
Oh, what was the feature?
Nigger League Museum.
The whole museum, huh? Not just an exhibit. They got the whole museum.
You know what my problem is? I can't say, once we bring Glenn Kuiper into the show, I have a really hard time saying goodbye.
He feels friendly and welcoming.
Yeah. You know, one of the greatest pitchers of all time never got to throw in his prime in the major leagues, and that was Satchel Paige.
Oh, where did Satchel Paige play then?
He played in a league that, well, I could explain it to you, but there's a whole place you can go to find out about Satchel Paige.
Oh, where can I learn about Satchel Paige?
Today, Nigger League Museum
and
Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
You can actually learn about both of them.
Wow, they've got facts the museum didn't have right on this bib.
Right on the placemat. There's actually, 2 high crime areas in Kansas City, if you didn't know.
Oh, where are the high crime areas in Kansas City?
Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
Barack Obama nearly won Missouri, which is kind of strange because that's like a Republican stronghold. But he campaigned in 2 places that really helped him back in 2008.
Where did he campaign to win the state?
Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
There were 2 very important battles in the Civil War that black soldiers fought bravely in for the Union that ended to the end of the war and the treaty signed at Appomattox Courthouse.
What 2 places?
Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
I'm officially closing the Glenn Kuiper tab. Don't act like that's not hard for me to do. It's very,
How
very
do I
difficult.
act like it's hard for you?
It's difficult for me to do, to close
I
the
understand.
Glenn Kuiper clip. He should have never been fired for it. Let me just say right off the bat. Let me just say right now. He should have never been fired for that. We all know it was a fuck up. We all know it was a misspeak. He didn't really think, he wasn't saying the N-word. He was trying to say Negro Leagues Museum, and he wanted to say Arthur Bryant's Barbecue, and it just took him, he fumbled it.
He got too excited for the barbecue.
He was just really pumped about the barbecue. That's all. And then, there was another guy, there was a newscaster, he was doing the weather. And he was trying, it was in January, and he was trying to say Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Mm-hmm.
And during his little rap that he did, and he said Martin Luther Coon Jr. Boulevard. And they fired the guy. They fired him. It was clear as day it was a mix-up. Clear as day. It was just, it was a little flub, a little fuck up from him trying to say Martin Luther King Jr. too fast. And they shit-canned the guy for it. They got rid of him for saying that. And I just thought that was such bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah, I'm sure it really, all the people that were deeply offended by that split second in time.
Right, exactly. Yeah, all those people who were going to stop watching the local news on Channel 5 because a guy had a fucking slip of the tongue. Give me a fucking break. Give me a break.
Make him air a public apology and call it good.
Or how about we live in a country where we're mature enough and old enough to go, oh, when people talk, sometimes they get tongue-tied, they fuck up, and they didn't mean anything by it.
But that's why I say the public apology. Go, look, I made a mistake. I got tongue-tied. That came out inappropriately. I'm sorry for anyone who got offended. That's literally all it is worth. After that, we're wasting time.
Look, man, that would be great, and normally I would agree with you. However, when you do the fucking apology, they cut your dick off anyway.
Plus, how many people were disappointed when they went to the Negro League Museum and they went, wait a minute, false advertising.
They said, wait a minute, this is just about baseball.
I was expecting way more history on old Ben.
Yeah, I was expecting to see Monsieur Candy explain to me the 3 dimples. I feel fucking cheated.
I wanted to be walked in by D'Artagnan and his bitches.
Yeah, D'Artagnan. Mr. Stone Cipher. He's who throws you out of that museum when you get unruly. Mr. Stone Cipher as Marsha and his bitches.
Oh, there we go, Marsha.
Send you to the exit, which they call Bleep Heaven. Michael with $5 says, shout out Omega Moose. Oh, there's more moose. Sandy with $20. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Sandy.
Sandy.
Give Sandy a Hogan for her generosity. There we go.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
J Boo Stew with $5 says a new position opened up in my local post office. A couple stamp linkers like yourself should apply. Chevrolet JB with $1 says, so what's up with the members show? I will get to that when we talk about the weekend here coming up. Thank you guys so much. And also Zen Man with $5. Thank you very much, Zen Man, for the $5. He's now in 3rd place. I'm really sorry, guys. Monday, when the money comes in, is I'm kind of working
A little crazy for the
working to update the scoreboard ticker, and there we are. All right. First place, Jane and John with $25. Sandy with $20. Thank you very much. Zen Man with 12, and Tie Dye with 7. Those are the top 4 spots, and of course, it puts you guys $85 away from tomorrow morning's goal. And again, if we stay ahead, you're getting a show on Thursday. Rumble Friday rules. If we don't, we'll just start the vacation a little bit early. So, no, it was, I mean, this weekend was ridiculous, man. It was incredible. It was really something. My daughter and I went to see Weird Al Yankovic perform at Treasure Island in Welch, Minnesota.
I've always been curious what a concert of his is like.
He's fucking amazing, dude.
Really?
People can
Great
make
live.
fun.
All
They
right.
can make fun of it. They can do whatever. The guy fucking gives her. It's a really, really good show. He had an opening act called Puddle's Pity Party. It's a clown, but like he can sing his fucking balls off, and he'll sing different songs, and he'll have a whole video presentation behind him, and it's funny. It's avant-garde. It's kind of bullshit. I liked it. It was funny. I also got introduced. I keep getting accidentally introduced to Tom Waits songs through covers.
Okay.
Like Eric Church has a Tom Waits cover on his new album, and it's called Clap Hands, and it's fucking awesome. It's a really good song. And then there was a song that Puddle's Pity Party did that I didn't know until the next day was a Tom Waits song. It's called Come On Up to the House. And I really like that one too. But there's one common thread. There's one thing that all Tom Waits covers for me have in common.
What's that?
I always like the cover better.
Yeah, that's like me with Taylor Swift.
Really?
Yeah, I find songs where I'm like, this is a banger. I like this. Oh, that's a Taylor Swift song. I'm like, oh. And then I hear the Taylor Swift version. I'm like, all right, let's go back to those guys doing it, though.
Because Tom Waits, I can't get past the voice.
I don't know that I know that song.
You don't know? Do you know any Tom Waits?
Oh, the voice. I don't know the Tom Waits voice, no.
Goddamn, why does nobody fucking know Tom Waits? So my dad is going to be 65 years old in a couple of months.
Okay.
And my daughter, because she likes Eric Church just like me, she wants to be, hopefully not just like her dad, but, you know, she likes some of the stuff her dad likes. And one of them's Eric Church. The other one's Weird Al Yankovic. And the Eric Church song, Clap Hands, as the audience told me one day, they're like, you fucking dipshit, that's a Tom Waits song. So we listened to it and we're like, we like the Eric Church version better because it doesn't sound like a guy dying of throat cancer is singing it.
Mm-hmm.
And so my daughter went to her grandpa and she goes, Grandpa, I know who Tom Waits is, thinking her 64-year-old grandfather would be impressed. My dad didn't even fucking know who Tom Waits was. And Tom Waits was like my dad's era. When did Tom Waits debut? Get sober. That's the first thing that comes up. 1973. So when my dad was 12 years old, Tom Waits was a guy. Wait, Closing Time is a Tom Waits song? Not like the Closing Time.
Not the Semisonic. Is that the name of their fucking? What was their name? That fucking band.
Tom Waits Closing Time. Get the fuck out of here.
Does it have lyrics? Because I know that song.
Jesus, I'm 45 seconds in. I'm a minute in. I'm a minute 15 in. Dude, honestly, I'm going to say this right now. Fuck Tom Waits.
If I could hear the music better.
This fucking sucks. Okay, so it's not that Closing Time. But yeah, this is this is the Tom Waits song that Puddle's Pity Party played. And you tell me if you... I like Puddle's Pity Party doing it. Tom Waits doing it, I'm just like, I can't fucking listen. Like, you know,
can't stand it when he sings.
You know, certain voices make you have to clear your own throat.
Yeah.
That here, you listen to some Tom Waits here.
It's not. I mean, it's not too bad, but
really?
It's a little. I mean, I could get used to it. I had to brace for it when it first hit me because I've apparently never heard Tom Waits sing a song. Did he do the Wonder Years theme? Damn.
No, that was Joe Cocker.
It sounds like he's close to something there.
Sounds like me throwing up, says April's missing orgasm. Yeah, some people are saying Joe Cocker. I'm not hearing Joe Cocker, and I like Joe. I'm a Joe Cocker guy. Fuck, it's got Cocker. Everybody's gonna make a joke. I'm a Joe Cocker fan. But Tom Waits. So this is Puddle's Pity Party doing the same song. This is the guy who opened for Weird Al.
Well, the moon is broken and the sky is cracked. Come on up to the house. The only things that you can see is all that you lack. Come on up to the house.
So it's a little bit easier on the ears. And by the way, that clown, that Puddle's Pity Party, is like 6'8". It's fucking gigantic.
So he's a big guy.
He's a big dude. But the Weird Al show, man. So many costume changes. Like a bunch of like accompanists in the band. It's just like, and at 65 years old, he's still just going ape shit up on stage. Like, he looks great. He sounds great. Weird Al, underrated singer.
Yeah.
Like Weird Al.
Nobody takes him seriously.
God damn it. Kind of.
I mean, when you walk on a stage and you start singing "Because I'm Fat,"
he wears the fat suit still.
Oh yes, I was gonna ask. Does he do the song and wear the fat suit? Because it's just, you gotta have the fat suit.
So he's had all those like TV shows and specials and shit like that. So what they'll do is when they do the costume changes on the big screen, they'll put like clips, like montages of Weird Al shit. And then they'll come back out and it'll be, like White and Nerdy. He puts on the gangster thing on the Segway.
Nice.
Tacky, he puts on the loud outfit. And then for the encore, he did The Saga Begins. Hold on. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Just give me a second.
So he did The Saga Begins.
He did
encore.
He did two things for the encore. He comes out for the encore and he does two things.
What does he do for the encore then?
Day, Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
Sorry.
See, I can't imagine that first one. I don't think I've ever seen him do that one before.
I couldn't help it. So Weird Al does The Saga Begins and Yoda as his. And then the cunt cocksucker cameraman, so he's doing Yoda, right? And for like the last 4 or 5 minutes, he's been playing Yoda, right? Yo, Yoda. We've only done that 9,000 times, right? So he puts the mic out to us and everyone, Yoda, Yoda. Gives the mic to the cameraman. You know what this stupid cocksucker does?
What?
He goes, Lola, Lola.
Fuck
like,
me.
Have you been here, bro? Like, did you think this was Weird Al covers the Kinks?
No, it's Weird Al's covers, man. Or, well, not covers, but parodies. Fucking Jesus, man. And if you didn't know it was his parody, I feel like the whole auditorium who did know singing would probably clue you in.
You would think. I admire that man and his ability to zone out and not pay attention to shit. I mean, 10,000 people are at this thing to watch Weird Al. They're all singing the same fucking word for the last 5 minutes, and you are able to tune all of that out. Like, that guy must be an amazing putter on the golf course. Because he can lock everything out. He can focus on that ball. There could be a fucking tsunami coming through. And he could tap that in. Sings Lola like a fucking asshole. And, it was a nice crowd. It was a Weird Al crowd. And Weird Al's a nice guy, obviously. They still booed the shit out of him. And I was so happy. I was so happy that they booed the fuck out of that guy. What an asshole. No, but Weird Al, dude, Weird Al was awesome. It was an incredible show. I highly recommend it. He's coming to Waite Park in September. get tickets. Get tickets. He does a really, really good show. And then there was, then yesterday, I rounded up the weekend in such a phenomenal way. I was so happy about the way the weekend ended. Of course, at the end of the day, SP came over and I think she sneaks out of the house so stealthily in the morning. Like I rarely ever notice that she's gone. There's so many mornings here where I'm like, do I have to go up and check and see if she got up?
Do you ever wonder if you if SP's actually a thing, or if you're just going really, really nuts? Do you ever check with other people? Like, you saw her, right? Like, that's not a figment.
She's Brad Pitt in Fight Club. Like, she's Tyler Durden.
Like, you got to start questioning it. Like, eventually, you look at SP or you walk by and you're like, oh, no, you're SP. You're the one who gave me this. And they hold up their wrist and there's just a burn there. And you're like,
wow,
it was me.
So she might just not be real.
Yeah.
This might be a psychotic break from reality that I've had to cope with my struggles.
You have had some traumatic experiences lately.
That I have.
Affect you.
The last, there's some shit that's gone on that you're saying that this maybe triggered a psychotic break and that I've created a human being.
Yeah. People seek companionship, and you worry you can't fit with other people right now, so you invented a figment that's perfect for you.
You got to give me this. I invent great tits. One thing I do remarkably well, and when I have a psychotic break, I can build a great set of tits. One thing. It's
a shame that golfer shirt doesn't accent them.
You motherfucker. I knew that was coming. I knew I was getting to my tits kind of a thing. God damn it.
Don't put the ball in the air if you don't want me to hit it back. I won't say.
Shit. Well, and hers are lovely too. So she came over at the end of the day, and that was lovely. And we watched that wonderful John Hamm show on Apple TV called Your Friends and Neighbors. I highly recommend it. But during the day, so my daughter and I, we get home late. It's like 1 a.m. from the Weird Al show. She's out cold. We wake up, I drop my daughter off, I go and I hit 18 at Territory. And when I went and hit 18 at Territory, I shot, you know what my goal is this year?
To come in at par?
No, fuck that. Maybe I'll get there by the time I'm 50.
All right.
To play bogey golf, to break 90.
Okay.
To break 90.
How did you do?
90 fucking 3.
So you're close.
93, but it was one of those things where I just had to par the last 2 holes, and I'm at 90. And I for'd the par 3, I bogeyed the par 3, and I double bogeyed the par 5. I just fucked around way too much, and I shot a 90. I had it. I fucking had it. Brutal. I birdied a hole. So I did the 18 at Territory, and then my cousins call me, and they say, we're going to 3 tees in Sartell. It's a 9-hole course, a par 35. They say, we're going to 3 tees at 6 o'clock tonight. Do you want to go? There's 3 of us. And I'm like, I got 9 more in me.
All right. How did that go? Did you come in on the 35?
45. So you want to play bogey golf, right? It's a par 35. No. So you want to play bogey golf. Meaning 1 over on every hole. That's how you break 90. And in those 9 holes, I shot a 45. And the only reason I would have played bogey golf and shot the 44. But check this out. This is growth. This is honesty. I took a mulligan on a par 3 on like hole 8. And I counted it. I counted the extra shot.
Yeah, back in the day, that was a pocket ball.
That was a pocket ball back in the day. This time, I topped it. And I hit it in front of this little pond. In front of the green, I went, fuck that. I'm going to hit a second one. And I blasted it right up to the right of the green. Just hit a really nice shot. And so then I think I got a 4 on that hole. I gave myself a 5 because I hit that second shot.
So you could have technically.
I could have played bogey golf yesterday on the 9, but I said, nope, this ain't right. This ain't the way it's done. So I was an honest guy. Thank you very much to Miss Tay for the 5 gifted memberships. Give Miss Tay a Hogan for her efforts.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Thank you so much. And you guys are $60 away from tomorrow morning's goal. I appreciate that. Remember, if we knock out all of our goals ahead of time this week, I will do a Thursday morning show. I appreciate it. Thank you, Miss Tay. MN Nice, Bappa Shab, Mad Max Mardigan, Sam Show, and McBuster all getting memberships. Hobo says, Aaron, those are pitiful numbers for a golfer. You suck. Can you do anything at least mid? There aren't many golfers, percentage-wise, that break 90. What percentage of golfers break 90? 26% of golfers can consistently break 90 on a regulation 18-hole course. So the majority...
So that's a quarter.
A quarter. 3/4 of us golfers are between 90 and like 120, whatever it is. The 3/4 of the golfers on the course are not going to break 90. So I would say I am mid. I am half-assing it. Hobo, you're saying, can you do anything at least mid? Statistically, golf.
Yeah, you're in the majority there, and you're coming close to the bogey points. So you're in the upper echelons of it.
I'm 3 strokes away from being in the top 25% of golfers. Thank you very much.
So that's conservatively what, like high 60s, low 70s? Like in the percentiles of golf.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because you're about to cross the threshold.
Somebody, too, says, I can't remember shooting over 90. Well, suck my dick. Somebody strikes the ball perfectly every time. Some of us crush our drive on a par 5 and then skull the shit out of our 6. It happens. Dead Game says, I'm left-handed, play right, consistently 85 or lower. Well, good for you.
You guys should get in that tournament that's happening later this month.
Why don't you guys go right here to eventbrite.com and get in on this little tournament that we're doing, huh? Look at that. Steel Toe Morning Show 11th anniversary weekend party. You can get yourself tickets to the Saturday concert, the Sunday golf tournament. Oh, my goodness. You can get your tickets at eventbrite.com. Go there. Steel Toe 11th anniversary weekend party. Now, the top 5 people are going to get prizes, and then the top foursome is going to get a prize. So about 10 spots are going to get prizes at this tournament. So go ahead, get your tickets. $500 for the winner. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's how it's going to go for the top 5. 500. So $60 to get into that tournament. You win the damn thing. You take $500 home. What a fucking winner everyone's going to see you as. Isn't that something? Eventbrite.com. Then Saturday is the comedy show and the anniversary party that goes on all day. If you're a VIP,
fun hang.
If you're a VIP, email me, AaronImholtRadio@gmail.com. Claim your 2 free tickets. You can do that today. We're about half sold for the comedy show, AaronImholtRadio@gmail.com. So go ahead, send me an email if you're a VIP. Just tell me you're claiming your 2 tickets. You're good. You're on the list. Or go buy your tickets at eventbrite.com, $20 a pop, and come on in. Come on up to the house.
Why do you hate me?
Oh,
dear Lord.
Give me till tomorrow. I'll make a list. Right. This text coming in, nice thing about you recommending shows to watch, I know what to avoid. Saves me a lot of time. It's a good show. Your Friends and Neighbors.
Friends and Neighbors?
It's a good show. You're going to love it. I promise. All right, we're $60 away from tomorrow's goal. Thank you guys very much for your remarkable generosity on today's program. So let's get into some things. We've been sitting here fucking around for over an hour. I'm sorry, guys. I just had such a great weekend. I wanted to share it with you. You're my friends. You're my fans. You're my audience. I wanted to share with you the great weekend. I had 27 holes of golf yesterday. I absolutely loved it.
Well, good for you, my friend. I'm glad you had an awesome time.
Roots Calhoun says, I'm done with this fag shit lying. I have absolutely tried with this cat. Oh, Roots is drunk. Roots did say he's super fucked up this morning. He said he doesn't have to work till Wednesday, and he's really drunk. What did I do? I don't know what I did. Roots, we need to know what's going on, buddy. What's the matter? This happens with Roots quite a bit. Once in a while with Roots, this will happen. Is he'll get drunk during the show and he'll yell at me about something, and then we need to figure this out. We need to work this out. You know, if Roots and I are going to be working together at the anniversary party, I need to know what his problem is. What did I do, Roots? We'll wait for you, buddy. I know it's Rumble chat, so it's going to be behind a little bit. But we got plenty of stuff to MSNBC's defending immigrants by basically saying they're toilet scrubbers. Orlando Bloom traded. Donald Trump's threatened to cut Israel off, and I'm sitting here like, don't fucking tease me. Don't you tease me.
I'd love to see somebody stand up to that particular regime.
Even just to threaten to cut them off. Like, hey, if you guys don't cut the bullshit, we're going to cut you off. Like, you know, rich parents will threaten to do that to their kids, and they'll never actually do it.
Right.
But at least they can threaten the kid, and maybe sometimes that threat is enough to scare him straight.
That's the hope. I would like us to follow through with it personally, but that's me.
I don't think we ever will. I think enough lessons have been taught, you know. enough lessons have been taught that nobody's going to cut them off. Lander says, Roots found out you're gay, so it's troubled him deeply. Oh. Roots.
Shouldn't be news.
Roots, what are you doing, buddy? I want to know what Roots is up to. I want to know what I did for two reasons. One, I'm genuinely interested to find out what I did. And number two, Roots is super fucked up.
So it's going to be fun no matter what.
It's going to be good. And it wouldn't be that he found out I'm gay. That, of all things, I don't think would surprise Roots. I don't think Roots would be upset if he found out I was gay. If anything, probably relieved. Probably relieved. Hobo says, breaking news, Aaron wants to fuck Orlando Bloom.
No.
Wait,
I'm
hey, shut
Katy
up.
Perry's.
Don't fucking speak for me.
Oh, never mind.
This is not breaking news. I have said numerous times, Orlando Bloom, aces. I'm a big Orlando Bloom guy. I didn't say I want to fuck him. I feel like my eyes say it. I don't have to say it. But
just like to see his kingdom of heaven.
It's what I call his taint.
And
you know what's right above his taint?
The Holy Land.
Oh, you fucker. That was the joke. Yes. But yes, that is not breaking news. Orlando Bloom. I'm an Orlando Bloom guy. What can I say? Orlando Bloom's trading up. You saw that he and Katy Perry are done.
Yeah, I heard. I was expecting some sort of like dramatic, but they're getting back together thing. So she chased him off too.
Yeah, did she run off Russell Brand? I feel like Russell Brand is...
I feel like they damaged each other.
Yeah, because she was never the same. Katy Perry was fantastic. I was a big Katy Perry guy.
There was a time.
I loved Katy Perry and Demi Lovato were my two 20s crushes. I loved them both.
One of them's back in the market.
Right.
How do you feel about how you look?
And I feel like I would say Scarlett Johansson was one of them, but that's not really that. She's kind of community. Like, I don't think you get to claim Scarlett. Everyone wanted to fuck Scarlett. Everyone still wants to fuck Scarlett Johansson.
Well,
so I don't.
Bad. It's what's his name, Jost or whatever. That's married to her.
My favorite Scarlett Johansson.
Which one?
In Good Company. In Good Company. It's a Dennis Quaid movie with Topher Grace and Scarlett Johansson.
I don't think I've seen that one.
And the guy.
I loved the movie Lucy. She was in that. That was crazy.
MN Vikings with 199 says, is cornhole included with the comedy show? Yes. If you buy a ticket to the comedy show, show up. The cornhole tournament is free, and there's a $300 winner-take-all prize. for the cornhole tournament. So, yeah, if you buy a ticket to the comedy show, that is totally included. Thank you very much to Zen Man with another gifted membership over on Rumble. I appreciate it. Oh, Root says he's just pissed at me because I'm being lackadaisical today. Well, I had a really great weekend. I understand that when you're like a show host and a performer, one of the worst things that can happen to you is happiness. Like if you're in a good mood and you had a great weekend. And it's also, I'm not going to lie to you, it's a holiday week, so I kind of thought we'd be a little more conversational.
Relaxed.
Yeah, a little more relaxed this week. It's not like, guys, all of this stuff is preordained. It's all predetermined. So it's not like there's going to be big news breaking this week.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to be, honestly, we're going to be pretty.
Speaking of holiday weekend, you mentioned how, Pride Month wasn't that big this month, last month passing. I noticed way more like everywhere, like America stuff. To like just like going by and seeing like cupcakes that are red, white, and blue, and I'm like, wow, like I feel like we haven't done that in a while.
You were, yeah.
Like, it wasn't just to see everything everywhere. It was like, wow, like we can actually for 5 minutes go, hey, maybe being an American isn't something to feel bad about.
It is. Look, man, there is something to be said culturally when Trump becomes president. We're on our second go round.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something culturally about him being president that people, like, just like the people who get out of pocket when he's not there start fucking behaving. It's this weird thing. I don't know if it's a fear. I don't know. You know what it really feels like culturally as a country? What it feels like is like dad's home. And when dad gets home, holy shit, you got to behave yourself. And we got to like, it's almost like all these groups, like I said, Pride Month didn't seem as gay this time around.
Right.
It almost feels like a lot of these groups know they were getting out of pocket for the last 4 years. They know that they were taking advantage. They know they were going on a crazy, poppers and butt sex binge for the last 4 years. And now daddy's home and they're like, all right, daddy doesn't like it when he finds Astroglide on the couch. So we got to fucking chill for a little bit and stop lubing up and ramming cocks in each other's asses. And we got to maybe put on a suit once in a while, or at least a shirt that doesn't have, fishnets. And so I think with Trump becoming president, there is while he's not getting much done legislatively, and we'll get to the big, beautiful bill stuff in a little bit. Mm-hmm. And certainly the birthright citizenship thing is fucking huge. He's had an impact there. But he hasn't had a lot of like legislative W's. But the W's he does win are cultural. They can't really be measured by a vote. They can't be measured by a Dow Jones average. They can't be measured by the S&P. What they can be measured by, and I don't know if you feel this or not, or maybe this is just me being insane, it's a feel.
Right. Like I said, it just seems like this particular year, and like I said, for example, I feel like if you're someone who is very patriotic, you might feel comfortable expressing that because it seems like it's actually okay to do.
Yeah. It's a vibe, as the kids say. It's a vibe.
So but the thing I worry about is, so then when he's gone, does the vibe stay or is the vibe gone?
No, vibe's gone.
Like we'll lose the vibe.
The vibe is gone, but the vibe dies differently.
Slowly.
Like if you go with JD Vance, the vibe will still hang around. It won't be as strong. Mm-hmm. It'll be like Byzantine Empire to Rome. Like this shit's still Roman, but we know it's not the good old days. If you end up with a Democratic president, fuck it. You might as well just start lubing up again. I mean, at that part, every month will be Pride Month, because that's the other thing we noticed about the Biden administration is that when you suppress this shit for 4 years, with Trump, 2016 to 2020, they released a fucking disease to get rid of the guy. And we went fucking batshit in this country for 2 or 3 years over this bug that we released on people. And like that was 4 years of holding down all of this shit. They got their revenge. And now we're going to hold it down for another 4 years, which you would think they would like, kind of. The submissive,
Yeah,
really.
but some of them like to dom. So
I guess, yeah.
They don't like being pushed around.
Yeah, they want to pour the candle wax on your lower back. as it were.
Oddly specific.
Metaphorically speaking.
Right.
So
Metaphors.
if a Democrat gets in there, it's going to be Pride Month all year. If you get like a J.D. Vance, you're still going to be able to hold some of it at bay, in my opinion. People, and
right.
you know, it's kind of like the Nixon era. You know, Nixon talked about the silent majority. You know, the amount of people that were just fed up with the way shit was, but didn't dare say it in public because they didn't want to start an argument. They didn't want to be chastised. They didn't want to get yelled at, you know? And oddly enough, back then, it was the more right-leaning people who didn't want to come out and say anything because the left-leaning people were fucking psychotic. And we're back there again, where I think a vast majority, like you go on the internet and all the crazy people talk. So you think that the world is crazy people. But then you go in your backyard, you go on the golf course, you go to your kids' little league games, you go to all these places, and you talk, and the parents, they'll say it under their breath, but they're like, I fucking like it better when Trump's in there. Like, shit's just a little, you know, a little more control.
Well, I mean, just looking at my wallet, things are slightly better.
Like the guy, the floats that carry the ferry, you know, they're loud and they're out there and they're brash and they're shaking their fucking cocks all over the, yay! And you would think, wow, that's really loud. That must be the majority. Meanwhile, for every one of those, there's 20, 30, 40 people who go, I'm fucking tired of this horse shit. I wish this would all end and we could go back to a little bit more calm time. It's the one ferry float guy is loud and everybody notices him. But there's a majority in the people who are whispering and talking amongst themselves.
Well, it's the parade analogy in general. Like the crowd watching is far larger than the group participating.
Yes. Yes.
And those of us in the audience have finally gotten to the point like, look, I don't care who they ram in the ass in their own private space. That's their business. But can we stop waving it in front of our faces?
Or if you ram in the ass. You don't have to ram in the ass in your private spaces.
You don't have to, no.
Yeah. No, it is. It is one of those deals where you're going to have, like, if you get the right representative, those people will feel comfortable speaking out. And Trump has always been the correct representative. J.D. Vance is a bit more toned down version of that. Ron DeSantis, I feel like, is a more toned up version of that. So yeah, it depends. Like it's crazy though. It's nuts that we're not even 6 months into this presidency and we're talking about what's next. Because people know how fragile whatever these gains are, whatever they're going to be. We saw everything Trump did in his first administration, wiped the fuck away. The border, the economy, the military, trade, all that stuff. Boom. You can knock it out in the first week of the next administration.
In fact, one of Trump's first things to do when he got in was to knock out the stuff that got knocked out, reinstate stuff that got taken away.
Exactly. Atomic Ray gifting a membership to Dinosaur Fuel. Thank you, Ray. You guys are just $50 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Thank you so much. Keep that going. Thank you, Pizza Shit, for the $1.99. So, I really love when Pizza Shit shows his support for this program. There's really nothing quite like Pizza Shit.
I wasn't ready for that name.
You weren't ready for Pizza Shit?
No, that hit it at a really interesting time in my life. All righty.
Hey, Johnny, guess what this means?
They
What's that?
are afraid.
What does that mean?
Does that mean our goals?
Nope. That's a $50 drop. And it also means this.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
It's another win for the toe. Doorman with $55 says, I hope I'm wrong, but I feel like something will happen next year on the 4th for the 250th birthday of the U.S. Just a gut feeling with everything going on lately.
I certainly hope not.
I don't know. I feel like if you're going to pull some shit off, you're just going to pull it off. I don't think that, I don't know I don't think now they have something ready for a year from now. I feel like you just pull the trigger on that deal. Like, you're not going to slow burn your big USA attack. You're going to hit them when you can hit them. I feel like, might they try? Maybe they might try. But
there's no way to know what's going to happen. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm not. You're probably
I'm not
right.
in the CIA.
Like,
I'm not Jack Bauer.
Your wheelchair you've named Jack Out of Power. No, don't. I don't need your pity.
Yeah, you do.
I wouldn't. I like it. Thank you, Doorman, for the $55. Appreciate it. Like I said, King Kong Dong was asking, is there going to be a Thursday Rumble Friday show? If we stay ahead on our goals, yes, there will be a Rumble Friday show on Thursday. So we're 195 away from tomorrow night.
All right.
So you guys are already on to tomorrow night. You've already knocked out tomorrow morning. Thank you for your generosity. Yeah, this one's been floating around. Somebody text this in. Scarlett Johansson made $21 million last year.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Sophie Rain made $43 million. Sophie Rain made twice as much money as Scarlett Johansson made last year.
Isn't Sophie Rain a OnlyFans person?
She's the OnlyFans virgin, which, by the way, says all kinds of fucked up shit about the
our
guys.
society?
Yeah, the men in America are fucked. They're broken. It's over. They're a bunch of gooning retards. They're creepy. They're sexual proclivity. You know what the best thing the Republicans have done? I'm fucking tired of conservatives not conserving shit. If you want to conserve some shit, turn us into a religious fundamentalist state. That's the Republican Party we need. I'm sorry I shit on this when I was a kid, but we need hard right-wing Christian nationalist Republicans. Hardcore, aggressive, borderline fascist Republicans. And I'll tell you why. Not because I always agree with them, but because the left is so fucking insane that the right immediately starts from a compromised position. The left will go, let's have gay guys fucking put butt plugs in their asshole and read books to kids. And the conservatives go, can they read the books to kids without the butt plugs in their ass? And it's like, there's not one party in this country who goes, how about they stay in the fucking closet and chill? And it's like, you need that party in your country. You need a hard right-wing, borderline fascist party in your country because the far left wing is so fucking bananas. You need the party who's going to go, I don't even think gay people should be out publicly. And that's that's their position. And then the left wing position is they should be able to shove anal beads up their asshole and read books to your kids. And then the right wing position can be, I don't even think they should be allowed to say they're gay in public. And then what we end up with is the compromise of, all right, they can say they're gay in public, but that's it. And everybody lives,
as far as we're letting it go.
Everybody lives their own happy little life. Instead, we have a Republican Party. We don't have conservatives. We have, Sam Show would love me if I said what I was going to say. I'll leave the second part out. We have a bunch of people who were considered left-wing 40 or 50 years ago who have now migrated over to the Republican Party. We don't have real conservatives. We just have liberals that want to move slower.
Oh,
and
God, if there was a plant I could think of,
well,
I could call it like.
What we have is a bunch of people who were liberals 40 or 50 years ago who now are going, well, I'm still a liberal, but I'm a liberal who wants to bomb a bunch of countries for Israel. And then now, okay, you're a conservative. I mean, let me ask you, and I'll put you on the spot. I'll put everybody on the spot. What have conservatives conserved in the last 40 years?
Nothing. Social issues.
Which one?
They've been kind of, shit. Because they slid on the gay marriage thing. They kind of slid on
gay marriage.
Rights back.
They let people with cocks play women's basketball, for fuck's sake. They didn't just slide on the gay marriage thing.
They astroglided on
They
it.
just let a guy staple his cock to his leg and box out 5'6" small forwards. I mean, fuck, they went from gay marriage to fucking... There's drag queens who are like conservative commentators now. If we had a real conservative party, Blair White would not be a fucking part of it. And now you got this degenerate Blair White, who was it, said, oh yeah, Ashley St. Clair tried to fuck me. Shut the fuck up, Blair. Suck Republican ink dick a little harder. Suck Conservative Incorporated's cock a little bit. Oh yeah, Ashley saying, I love Elon so much, I'm going to bash on his ex. Stop it. If there was an actual conservative, Tim Pool wouldn't be a part of it. Fucking Blair White, Dave Rubin, none of them would be a part of it. If there was a real conservative party in this country, they would treat it as Malcolm X treated white people when he got back from Mecca. He said, white people can help us, but they can't join us. We can't have black-white unity before we have some black unity. So he said, white people, you want to help? Fine, but don't fucking join us. And that's what conservatives should say. Hey, gay people, trans people, whatever. You want to agree with us on these issues? You want to live that way? Sure, great. But we can't let you in. Because if we're conserving what America's about, you're going to compromise it too much. Because no offense, some of you got fucking problems.
I just feel really bad for all of us who criticized and mocked the people that said, you know, like, this is just a slippery slope. It starts here and it ends. It doesn't end. It just keeps going.
It does, yeah.
Oh, these people are bigots. These people are talking out the side of their ass. Like, oh, I bet they feel really bad now with how wrong they are.
The slope just goes subterranean. That was not a Vietnam War joke. That was not.
But if it was brilliant.
Yeah, that's how you know it wasn't me making a Vietnam War joke, because it would have been a really, really, really good one. How many colonels and lieutenants do you think said, the slope goes subterranean? Probably
a lot of them back in the day.
A lot of them said that. But yeah, like, because if you just let trans people, okay, Dave Rubin, for example. Dave Rubin cannot be part of a conservative movement, because a conservative movement would say gay people can't adopt kids.
Yeah.
That would be a conservative thing to do. Now, you don't have to agree with that. You can think that gay people should be allowed to adopt kids. But I don't think you can say gay people should be allowed to adopt kids and say I'm a conservative. Then be a liberal, be a progressive. Progressive believes in the slippery slope. They believe things should progress. Just keep going, keep moving in this direction. Whereas conservatives should be going, stop. We're going to keep it like this. This is the way we're going to keep it, is right here. We're going to go to church on Sunday. You're going to wear a suit out in public. You're going to wear a nice summertime dress that covers up appropriately. This is just the dudes, by the way. We're going to dress nice. We're going to be professional. We're going to say, sir. We're going to hold the door open. We're going to do all that. That's going to be conservative. There is no, hey, that cross-dresser's kind of cute in conservatism. Conservatives can't go to a drag show. That's just the rules. Because our Republican Party, our conservatives in this country are nothing but compromisers.
Yeah. We haven't, if we conserved anything with the Republican Party, I'm sure it's the budget, right? We conserve that thing.
But yeah,
right?
that was, yeah.
Or at least make it accountable for the huge amounts that it spends.
Yeah, that was going to be my next point, was that tell me something fiscally that conservatives have conserved. Even this big, beautiful bill, dead as far as the eye can see. Why? Because Donald Trump was a fucking Democrat until he was 70. Donald Trump's views haven't changed. The country's Overton window shifted. So now a moderate New York City Democrat is now the most...
Counts as a Republican.
And not only that, the most perceived as right-wing guy you can find. I mean, Barry Goldwater is rolling in his grave at the kind of Republicans that we have. I like it when I know the guy's dead.
Mm-hmm.
So I know I'm not, fucking around. It's just... Chevy fan says Aaron is pushing for fat. Oh, I thought he misspelled fascism, but then I realized the C and the T are nowhere near each other. He meant fatism. Right. No, I think we need a party in this country that's going to pitch just a tiny pinch of fascism, just a little bit of it. socially, because I don't think anyone can look at this country and think we haven't gone off the rails socially a bit.
I would just love to see some real conservatism, like fiscally, in terms of cutting back, like, because they talk about cutting USA aid and things. It's like, well, we can talk about where that stuff goes, but also, again, like, whenever they talk about cutting budgets, we never hear about reining in military spending,
right,
or even just keeping the books accountable. And I'm like, well, that is a problem.
Yeah. And like, I think about this probably once a month.
Mm-hmm.
How the fuck, like, not only are we not going to be able to ever pay back that $35 trillion, how are I've given up on that idea. Like, how are we going to pay back $35 trillion? I'm now at, how are we going to get it to stop going up?
Yeah, how can we stop the hemorrhaging?
How can we get it to stay at 30? Like, fuck getting it down to zero. It's never going to happen. I remember when we were at like 8 and Bill Clinton was running those huge surpluses. He's like, if we keep on this track, we can have the national debt knocked out by the end of the next decade. And I'm like, that would be fucking amazing.
Imagine the world we live in if that's the case.
Israel's intelligence had other plans and said, we won't tell them about the hijacked airplanes.
Right.
And then we just spent ourselves into fucking oblivion. So when it comes to the $35 trillion, yeah, fuck paying it back. When are we going to get it to just stop go up, you know?
Well, that's the problem, is like the left-leaning governments, at least until not this last one, but a lot of them would get like some of the debt to go down, but then you get the right in, and the first thing they want is tax cuts, but then they justify those tax cuts by saying, well, look, it'll put money in the market. They never actually get the second part where you have to cut the spending too.
Right.
And then the next administration gets in like, hey guys, we're adding new taxes, but it's because we're adding all these new services on top of the ones you have. It all makes sense. And then we flip again, and once again it's like, guys, we're cutting the taxes. What about the spending? Oh, I don't care about that. We're cutting the taxes.
Hey, and do me a favor when I talk to you about 9/11 again. Don't ever look up or remember who owned the World Trade Towers. It was just a guy named Larry.
I'm sure there wasn't like a huge insurance claim to make for that either.
Yeah. His first name,
God, as it were.
The guy who owned it, his first name was Larry, though.
What was his last name?
I don't know if it's important.
Why wouldn't it be important?
Larry's a pretty rare name. I mean, Larry's not a very common name.
In certain circles, it might be.
I want to see if Sam Show's going to disappoint me. His anti-Semitism will not impress me if he doesn't know off the top of his head who owned the World Trade Towers.
Center.
Larry, what was it? And don't look it up, Sam Show. I will trust you if you say you looked it up. What was his last name? If you don't know what his last name was, you can't be our resident, crazy Jew-hating guy. What was Larry's last name? Wow, is this... Now I'm going to feel super anti-Semitic that I know this off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
It's Silverstein. And I know you think I'm making that up to make his name sound Jewish.
Nope.
It's Larry Silverstein. And
no, I was talking with someone about 9/11 recently, so yeah, I'm not surprised at that at all.
You know what Larry Silverstein did that year?
What did Larry Silverstein do that year?
Took out a brand new insurance policy on the World Trade Center towers.
Oh.
World Trade Center new insurance policy. Let's see when that new insurance policy was. Let's take a look. Not the WTC health program. That's not what I want. Did a WTC leaseholder buy terrorism insurance? Oh, Snopes is fact checking it. They're going to say, well, there isn't actual insurance, terrorism insurance. It's not called that, so this is false.
No. Did he get insurance on the World Trade Center towers, and did that insurance pay out after the terrorist attack? That is,
you know what? I will give Snopes credit. They're calling it mixture. Wow. World Trade Center leaseholder Larry Silverstein bought terrorism insurance 2 months before 9/11, then collected double its value on the grounds that there were 2 attacks. What a fucking asshole. Fucking asshole.
How much did he pay out to the wounded families in the firefight? Oh, I'm sure that was really... Yeah.
who famously signed a 99-year lease on the World Trade Center complex in June 2001. Oh. He won his claim and was awarded $4.5 billion. Oh, the World Trade Center attack in 1993?
Yeah.
$510 million in damages. He got the claim on that one. And that didn't even take the towers down.
That's just painting an awfully interesting picture.
Ultimately, Silverstein wasn't even solely responsible for the dollar amount of that coverage, $3.55 billion, because that was the minimum demanded by his lenders. It's a fact that Silverstein took his insurers to court after 9/11 and asked for double the damages. It's also a fact that he did so on the grounds that there were 2 attacks, not one. Oh.
So the fact that 2 planes were part of a coordinated, so he's counting each individual strike.
The court ultimately did grant Silverstein a payout of $4.55 billion, which amounted to about a third more than the maximum allowable for a single occurrence. So he did get extra for there being 2 attacks. Ouch.
Well, they were going to give him the full double, but it turns out they had to deduct for every person that.
Schmitty becoming a member for 36 months. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. You guys, we're goal free through tomorrow morning. Right now, we are 195 away from tomorrow night. So thank you very much for that. You know, I mentioned Orlando Bloom earlier. I want to get off the Jew shit for a little bit because
what's Orlando Bloom going to do now?
I'm feeding Sam Show right now, and I really Sam Show's like a gremlin. After 7 o'clock, I don't think we should feed him. Orlando Bloom done with Katy Perry, right?
Yeah.
Now we know why. Now, anytime you see a guy hanging out, you know, he's gone through a breakup, and now a week later he's hanging out with a chick. That was a thing already.
Yeah, there was a breakup coming because of the new girl.
Yeah. Orlando Bloom, this lucky son of a bitch, this rotten piece of monkey shit. Orlando Bloom spotted in public with Sydney Sweeney. He's just... Oh, bye, Katy Perry. We just, our marriage isn't working out anymore. It's just, we really don't seem to have the chemistry.
I need some time to work on me, and this is the specialist I'm hiring to do it.
It's not you, Katy. It's me. It's not the fact that you're 42 now, and I've decided that that's a little long in the tooth, and I still look like Orlando Bloom, and it's just, people grow apart. That's all. And then 48 hours later, boom, walking around with the newest, hottest model that's out there. Mm-hmm. And you're just like, oh, what a coincidence. I was so heartbroken after Katy Perry and I broke up. It wasn't her, it was me. And I just needed time to work on myself. And would you look at that? The hottest woman in America right now falls right into my lap.
Well, isn't he lucky?
Just a lucky devil. I tell you, God helps those who help themselves. And that Orlando Bloom is helping himself to 2 scoops of new tits. And God bless him. It's just amazing to me, Johnny, that the guy, how lucky is he that he has a breakup and then like a week later he meets somebody new and she's drop dead gorgeous.
Well, when you're Orlando Bloom, I guess the circles you move in must include the hottest lady in the country at the moment. I don't know if I agree with that, but yeah, she's not bad. I was checking the pictures there. It's all right. It's all right.
Apparently, they were hanging out at Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez's wedding.
They must have been some of the lucky few who got to go, unlike people who lived on the island.
Fucking Jeff Bezos. And how many baby sacrifices and shit were going on at that fucking wedding? How many? They probably served
They
gold.
rented Venice, man.
I mean, Jesus, they probably like served roasted aborted fetuses for an amuse-bouche.
We're coming to your wedding. Do you guys have like a floor rented on the hotel? No. The entire island. We rented the entire island of Venice.
Fucking human sacrifices were being done. Just really gross Illuminati shit. Just
a
happening.
whole herd of goats disappeared in the one night. We have no idea why.
Yeah, they probably took some actor from the 80s who had, like, Michael Winslow was probably sacrificed and thrown into a fucking volcano.
Oh, no.
He probably made weird mouth noises on the way down. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, error, beep, beep. Yeah. He was making the modem sound as they threw him into a fucking bubbling volcano to stop it from erupting. Fucking half the cast of Police Academy was fucking sacrificed and fed to goats.
He put his thumb up as he went down. And he just sank down.
He was like the robot in Euro Trip. He go, error, 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 error. They did some dirty, fucking nasty Illuminati shit at that thing.
Probably.
Just grosses me out. Zen Man Build says, hey, you leave Lieutenant Jones alone. Hey, I'm not the one who sacrifices people to the to Baphomet. So don't. They probably brought some like old pop stars and like hunted them for sport. You know, like fucking AJ McClain probably got smoked, chased down and hunted, and then killed and butchered. Jeff Bezos now has them mounted on his wall.
For human sport, you'll be hunting the 80s track team for the U.S. Olympics.
It's gross. It's gross. The whole Bezos wedding was a psyop, in my opinion. And then, like, Orlando Bloom and Sydney Sweeney hook up. Like, one of the biggest named actors out there with one of the biggest named. Is she an actress or a singer? Or is she both?
She's an actress. She's an American actress.
So she's the hottest actress that's out there with some 40-some-year-old super big actor. It's like he's not grooming her into Illuminati. Like they haven't been matched up like Jay-Z and Beyonce to be like, all right, Orlando, you're going to get this new younger model, but you're going to teach her in the ways of the Bilderberg Group and the Illuminati, and you're going to introduce her to, you know, how we do things and how business works, and then you get to fuck her. I have no faith that anything I see is what it is anymore. I am completely broken.
Okay. Welcome to reality.
Orlando,
because you're probably right.
Sydney,
here's the most innocent way that it is. They're both like Hollywood corporate beasts, and they're like, just from the publicity alone, we have to hook.
Right.
That's the most innocent that it is. It's only darker from there.
You know that you know that line in the second episode or the Star Wars episode 2 where Dooku tells Obi-Wan, it's like, how do you know that the guy you're fighting for isn't an evil Sith Lord piece of dog shit?
Right.
It's like, that's kind of how I feel when I realize as I get older, maybe the Scientologists are the good guys in Hollywood.
I wouldn't go that far.
Maybe the Scientologists are the ones, because they're trying to tell people, stay away from the crazy brainwashing psychiatry shit of Hollywood. They're trying to fuck with you. They're trying to control your brain.
Yeah, but some of the stuff that the Scientology, again, this is one of those where, all right, easy, careful who you're getting in bed with here.
Okay.
Because they might have a few good points, and just because they're not exactly on that side doesn't mean they're the good guys.
You're saying I'm choosing between Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia.
Right.
Okay, I'll go with that. That sounds fair. Orlando swore her in as his new side piece and said, this is your oath, and then mushroom stamped her face and said, that is so you remember it. He gave her the kingdom of heaven. Oh, no.
After which she screamed, God wills it.
No. If my marriage is to end, it cannot move away from fresh tits. So I think Orlando Bloom is, long story short on this, Orlando Bloom is initiating Sydney Sweeney into the Illuminati, and she probably had to take him and Tom Brady at the same time, because there's Tom Brady. Look, there's Tom Brady right there.
Oh, that's not nice.
You got Tom Brady, you got Orlando Bloom, and then you got whoever this Mark Normand looking dork is right here. Imagine being this fucking guy, right? You stand there's
Right.
Tom Brady on one side, Orlando Bloom on the other. You've never felt like a bigger nobody in your entire life. Like, that guy could be like a Best Supporting Actor nominee from some indie film last year. Like,
None of us care.
yeah, he's probably got a Cannes Film Festival award hanging around somewhere in his apartment. But he's standing between Orlando Bloom and Tom Brady. He's like, I'm dog shit.
He's not even measuring up physically in stature at this point.
Yeah. Oh, no, Roots just announced. So, we've been following Roots Calhoun and his journey today.
He's had an interesting morning. How's Roots doing?
He just pissed himself.
Oh, no, Roots.
Yeah, Roots says, I am fucking pissing myself. I need to be normal today. I think Roots is falling apart.
It might be time, buddy, to take a little break.
Roots, do me a favor, bud. Mix in a water. Just mix in a water, pal. You're pissing yourself. That's, first of all, two things. Stop pissing yourself. Number two, stop telling us you're pissing yourself. All right? Take it easy, buddy. We're gonna be here a while. We got another 2.5 hours left of this. I need you to stop filling your pants with your own urine. Do you think that's something you can knock out of the park for me, big shooter? Do me a favor. Hey, do me a favor there, Rootsy, baby. Come on, big cuts now, kid. No piss in your pants. Here we go, buddy. Hey, no urine in your dockers, buddy. You got this. Hum now, kid. Hum now, kid. Give it a ride, kid. No piss in the pants. Here we go now. I can still chatter from the bench. Yeah, don't.
Well, the reason they make them out of the soft terry cloth is so they're absorbent.
Well, here's my deal. Roots, pickle juice, water, adult diapers. That third one is just temporary until you get your BAC back out of the toxicity zone. Okay? Let's stop pissing our pants, buddy, okay? That's all I need from you. All right? Don't piss your pants, and we're going to make magic today.
Time to stop pissing your pants now, okay?
Lander's reminding me that you ain't cool unless you pee your pants.
Oh, well. I mean, yeah. To error is human.
Roots says, put me in, coach. I'm ready to play. So Roots feels like he's all right. He's got this. We believe.
I'm worried if we did that now, he'd just be rode hard and put away wet. It's not good for horses or people.
I do believe that Roots has, seeing as he's already pissed himself once, I think it's too late for today.
Okay.
But tomorrow's a new one. So enjoy.
All right, so towel off and
I don't know, like unless you're going to shower and put your clothes in the laundry immediately, like you've already pissed yourself.
You might have more important things to do.
Yeah, fucking gross, dude. Like strip down, get that shit in the wash. Shower. Reboot.
Buddy, you've helped us all you need to today.
Yeah.
Now the rest is about you.
Just reboot, pal. All right. You guys have been fucking incredible today. I really do appreciate it. We are already into Tuesday evening's goal. So thank you for any contributions that you make to today's program. All right, we can't lose. I know he's 99 years old, and I know that there's only one stop left for him to make, but we can't lose Dick Van Dyke yet.
Yeah, but dude, you just said he's like 99 years old.
I know, but he's 99, and every time they catch him somewhere, like on TMZ or whatever, he's at the gym. He's fucking driving somewhere. He's walking around. He's smiling. He's with it. He's like he's 99, but going on 75. Like he's still. Don't get me wrong. Like he's been skin. His skin has been skin for 99 years. He looks like
he looks like a walking skeleton, but he's supposedly doing great, and that's what we need to keep America alive.
Yeah, look. You get to 99 years old and then don't look like this. Like your body's just going to look like shit. There's no good 99. It's just you look good for 99. But
yeah, dude, compared to most of them.
And that's the problem. Like your skin starts to suck back and everything, so your teeth look gigantic. But, dude, that's a good set of choppers for 99.
Especially if they're all his.
Right.
Normally they're fake.
So good for him. And he's chubby chasing. His wife's a younger model, but she's,
Hey, whatever makes you happy.
Right. This kind of reminds me of DJ Qualls and the big fat black lady in Road Trip. Like he's going to pull out some cheetah underwear out of his pocket.
Oh, no.
Dick Van Dyke had to cancel a comedy event Saturday due to an undisclosed illness. We can't. Like, anytime, like, you're 99, you get a cold, we're all crossing our fingers and hoping you pull through.
Yeah, dude, he stubs his toe, and I'm like, have his next of kin been contacted?
Yeah, that's a dark night right there. You get a bruise. Like, at 99, you tap a guy on the shoulder, his whole arm bruises.
Is purple. Yeah.
The 99-year-old actor was set to host Vandy Camp at Malibu High School, but never showed. His wife, Arlene Silver, of course, hosted alone instead. That would be the most disappointing thing ever. You are there. You're like, oh, my God. Comedy and television and entertainment legend Dick Van Dyke is going to be there. Oh, no, Dick got sick. Like, I would rather have the event canceled.
Yeah, I feel like his wife is not really going to fit the bill.
Right. Or like, hey, Dick Van Dyke couldn't make it. He's sick, but we got somebody else. Who'd you get? Arlene Silver. All right, listen, I'm going to ask you for a refund unless I have this fresh box of tomatoes that I just picked up from a local farm. If you'll let me throw these at her while she does the event, I won't ask for a refund. Otherwise, I want my fucking money back because I don't know what the shit an Arlene Silver is.
Well, it's Dick's wife, so tomatoes might be a bit much.
What the fuck? Is Alan Alda busy? You can't get Alan Alda to come in there and just go, hey, guys, how you doing? It's good to see you. I can't do an Alda. Everybody should be able to do an Alan Alda. I can't. I can't
do Donald Trump.
Really?
Yeah.
Everybody can do a shitty Trump. I can do a shitty Trump.
I've even taken the whole, like, see it, say it thing, and it's still just, I start with Donald Trump and it always ends up like sliding into JFK. I'm horrible.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, show us how does Trump turn into Go ahead.
I don't know. It's not fun for anybody involved.
It
Why would
sounds
you
fun for me. I want to hear, wouldn't you boys and girls like to, now you can't hear the clapping sound effect, but just give me a second here. Wouldn't you boys and girls like to hear Johnny's Donald Trump impersonation? Hey. It sounds like they're really excited to hear this impersonation. Yeah. Let's hear what you got.
The internet's right. You are not my friend.
All right, no, go. No, let's. No, I'm helping. You're coming out of your shell.
All right. We're getting rid of birthright citizenship. It's the end of birthright citizenship. I can't. It's turning into Canada.
I can already hear it.
Yeah,
I can't
fucking go near that. I have tried. I have watched clips of Donald speaking, and I've tried to retort it like a fucking parrot. I've done other voices. I'm for some reason, God wills it, I'm not allowed to approach this one.
You don't even put the gravel in your voice.
See, like I could try and copy you're doing it.
The hands dictate the speech. If you do the hands, you're gonna find everything else is fine.
If you do the hands, you find it works. I mean, no,
It
better.
starts here, and then it goes down. And the hands come up, and then they come back down again. Like, that's a shitty Trump. That's not a good Trump, but I'm saying at least, like, if I do
it's
that.
It's way better than mine, agreed.
But if I do that, you know who I'm doing.
Right.
Yeah. And then
right.
The Kennedy accent is more difficult, but you just talk like a fucking retard. And you can talk like a Kennedy.
I also can't watch Bill Burr or I start talking like him for fucking God knows how long. It sucks.
I can do I can do a Kennedy. Would you like to hear my Kennedy impression?
Yeah.
All right, this is my Kennedy impression. It's very difficult to do a proper Kennedy imitation because obviously there are drawbacks to health-wise to doing something like this because it's obviously going to cause you vocal problems. Every time he speaks, I go, God, do something for him.
Just can't he get like a voice box or a fucking hey, give him a speaking spell?
Gotta be something. By the way, a person who's really salty about Steel Toe being ahead just said this, and I really hope it's tempting to a certain someone, and they decide to respond to that person. Stockboy, who is just an incessantly, we make this guy miserable on a daily basis, and I love it. He goes, Steven is pretty quiet today. They're convinced Steven is not a real guy. Steven, if you heard that, now I'm sure Steven is on vacation this week. Steven, who is totally me. Steven, that guy says you're awfully quiet. You know, after your $1,000 you gave the program last week, he says you're awfully quiet. So, okay. Steven, I wouldn't let Stockboy talk to me like that. You know, Steven might be more confident than I am, so he might not need to respond to that, but I wouldn't let anyone speak to me that way. All right, let's do 383 Novocaine with $2. Says I'm behind, but look at this golf shot. Okay. Let's take a look at this golf shot. Phil Mickelson's insane backwards chip in. All right. Wait a minute. So, Johnny, you see where the flag is, right?
Yeah, I see where the flag is.
You see where he's standing to hit that ball.
That doesn't
make sense,
Is
right?
that a good spot? That seems horrible. Holy crap.
Old Phil's still got it. I don't understand how like those golf guys can get old like that. If that makes sense. Like I don't understand how like you should be able to compete with those guys when you're like in your late 40s and early 50s, shouldn't you? Or are those guys just so athletically gifted in their 20s that even a game like golf, like it still makes a huge difference?
I don't know. I think it's experience that comes for a lot of it. Like you just I don't know how much athleticism you need to be able to have the skill to hit a shot like that.
Phil Mickelson, when he was 20 in 2021, won the PGA Championship at 50. He's the oldest. Mm-hmm. So Phil Mickelson 4 years ago is the oldest guy to win a major golf tournament. 50. That's someone was saying the other day, they're like, what's a more impressive feat? And I think they used Phil Mickelson as the example. They go, Phil Mickelson winning the PGA Championship at 50 or George Foreman winning the World Heavyweight Championship at 45. I'm like,
the second one.
I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Please show me what world-class fighter was punching Phil Mickelson in the face for 9-10 rounds while he was winning the PGA Championship, please? Like, what was the force that was trying to kill Phil Mickelson while he was putting for Yeah, come on. Come on.
I don't think the heavy stuff's going to come down for quite a while yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, to me, it's not a comparison, but oh well. Oh well. There's only two things. There's two really things that are on kind of an even, like Phil Mickelson versus George Foreman, which is a bigger accomplishment, George Foreman. But there's two things, if you made me pick, which one's better, I would have a hard time saying.
Which one?
Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
Those are the two. Like, I don't know which one's better out of those two. I'm not quite sure. No, Bud Man. George Foreman did not knock out Michael Moore. He knocked out Michael Moorer. That hard R at the end is really important. If you forget the hard R, you're saying a completely different word. So,
not the same person.
Yeah, definitely. Somebody too says a guy who can't shoot under 90. Look, I golf and I box, and I'm telling you right now that it would be a lot harder to beat a world heavyweight champion boxer than it would be to win a tournament, a golf tournament. Both of them very respectable, both of them very, very difficult. But come on.
One of them has significantly more resistance.
If I lose the golf tournament, I don't get brain damage.
Hell, you might still get brain damage even if you won the boxing match.
Look at Tommy Hearns won way more fights than he lost.
Yeah. How'd that work out for him?
His brain is mush. As charged with thing like this. And he talks like.
Uh-oh.
What is with that septum thing? Is that just from getting cracked in the nose so fucking hard? Is that why all these guys are so nasally when they have the boxing
Maybe.
brain damage? I'm not sure. All right, let's get into some news today. We have been having a gay old time. I really appreciate you guys being here. We have no goals until tomorrow night. And like I said, if you guys stay ahead for this week, I am willing to, I am definitely doing a Rumble Friday show on Thursday. If we don't stay ahead, unfortunately, we're going to take Thursday off. But so far, you guys are 1, 2, 3, 4 shows ahead. So
Nice.
we have this show and 2 other shows to stay ahead, and we're 195 away from, again, tomorrow night. So the argument about immigration heated up again over the weekend. I didn't really see a lot of it. Like I said, I was out on the lake on Friday. I was at Weird Al on Saturday, golfing all day yesterday. I came back between my 18-hole round and my 9-hole round. I prepped a show, so I got to read up. Because of that Supreme Court decision, which basically backed Trump's ability. A lot of people said that Supreme Court decision was saying that the Supreme Court was for repealing birthright citizenship. That's not what the ruling was.
No, the ruling is that the president has the right to invoke that.
Right. They were saying that the president has the right to get rid of birthright citizenship. And that to me is the sign of a good judge, where you're saying, look, I'm not letting it be known what my opinion on birthright citizenship is, because that's not what this case is about. The case is about the constitutional authority the president does or doesn't have to get rid of birthright citizenship. MSNBC was very upset about this ruling by the Supreme Court. But here's the problem. When liberals get super pissed off about some kind of Supreme Court decision, especially when that decision is on immigration, their democratic racism slips out. Really, really bad. Now, Johnny, when it comes to illegal immigrants, what's one of the most racist things you typically hear, or one of the most racist takes that lefties have?
That they're like, housekeepers, janitors, migrant farm workers, that kind of thing.
That basically we're not going to get the shit cleaned out of our toilet bowl.
Right. Who's gonna hello housekeeping won't be a thing.
Right. They don't look at like illegal immigrants as people who could potentially build their own construction company or, start a business or anything like that. It's always like, well, the Kelly Osbourne clip, who's going to clean your toilets, Mr. Trump? And all the liberal women go, oh. You know what I love about that clip? And that clip is what? Probably about almost 10 years old. It's about 10 years old. What I love about that clip is that was back when liberals were still trying to hide that part of themselves. So
we don't say it out loud.
Right. That's here. We're going to find that clip here real quick. It'll be really easy. But like that clip, when they all like corrected her, watch it again. They weren't correcting her as to say, that's wrong, don't say that. It's almost like they were correcting her to go, hey, we only say that fucking shit to each other at parties. We don't say that shit on television, you fucking asshole. Now, like, I feel bad for Kelly Osbourne because Kelly Osbourne got chastised in front of a national TV audience. Whereas today, they just say that shit. Like,
they're very comfortable.
Yeah, that out loud. That's just their take.
If you kick every Latino out of this country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilet, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that,
no.
You know what I mean? Like when I'm saying that.
In the sense that.
It's always good when, it's great when somebody says something and they're expecting that applause break and it doesn't come. And they're like, no, what you guys aren't no, it's not that I said something fucked up. No, what you're not understanding is that in the sense that I was saying, if so facto, the way that maybe perhaps if you think about it,
I would I would have loved it if she just leaned in. She's like, no, but you don't understand. Like, they don't have a lot of skill sets. They don't. We're not importing doctors and engineers. They come over and don't even speak the language. So it's all menial work that they can do, and none of us want to.
The best sketch you could do for recreating this is her just leaning in and going, then who's going to clean your toilets, Donald Trump? And they go, oh, and she goes, no, because they're Mexican and stinky and poor. Oh, yeah, no, we know what you meant. That's not what. No, you don't understand.
Have you ever seen them outside Home Depot? You're amazed they can manage a button-down shirt. All right, so like.
No, they're stupid, you understand, and they're illegal, and you can leverage that against them when negotiating a wage. Like if they won't take the pay to clean your toilets, then you'll call immigration and have them deported. You understand what I'm saying? No, because their skin is darker, so they don't have to shower as often because the dirt hides amongst their skin, you understand?
Oh, right. Not toilets, right. Wash your dishes. I meant dishes. They clean the dishes.
Right, exactly. And or who's going to change your child's diapers? Because you see, with their brownish skin, sometimes they can get diarrhea shit on their fingertips, and you would never know for a couple of days till it got that really sour milk shit smell about it, because it would blend in with the color of their skin, you understand? It's like, no, Kelly, I don't think you're understanding. Okay,
helping, man.
Can I ask you something? I know this is the View logo. Let me take us off camera for a second. I know this is supposed to be the View logo, but doesn't this look like Whoopi's a cow and this is a hoof and we can trim it? Like, doesn't that look like I could take one of those little pick knife things and just start going, all right, we got to carve away. And, like, here's the infection that we have to spray out. It looks like we're going to hoof it off. It looks like we're going to hoof trim Whoopi Goldberg. By the way, who's this guy?
No idea.
That'd be funny if Kelly Osbourne was like, who's going to clean your toilets, Donald Trump? And everyone went, oh, no. And she pointed at them and goes, this guy knows what I'm talking about. This guy probably takes some heavy shits. Needs a nice, good ring cleaning from time to time.
Serious flow.
Country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilet, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that
it's the panic.
Oh, that's not
when she sees,
I mean, we worry about that too, but we don't
No, but watch again. She makes eye contact with Rosie Perez. And she gives her the, Billy, you so stupid. Like, she gives her the white men can't jump look. And she goes, like, watch her tone. She delivers that line like she's Bill fucking Maher. Yeah. Mm-hmm. A new rule. Mexicans clean toilets. Okay. And Kelly Osbourne delivers that line with such confidence. And then watch the confidence fade from not only her face, but her shoulders, everything. And she starts going from delivering the line with some punch to all of a sudden, no, you understand. All because she saw Rosie Perez's eyeballs. And she was like, oh, I'm going to beat the fuck out of you.
Out of this country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilet, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that...
Right. As soon as she made eye contact, she's like, no, in the sense that... Like, there wasn't supposed to be a follow-up to that. She was going to drop that line and everyone was going to go, fuck yeah. But now she's like, ooh,
we'll be right back. And no, that didn't happen.
We're going to trim Whoopi's hoof during the commercial break and put a block on it. And then we'll be right back.
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that, you know what I mean? Like, when I'm saying
there's more jobs to be
in LA, they always
but they Latinos are not only the only people.
I didn't mean it like that. Come on.
It would be funny.
Yeah, but you totally said that though. So
it would be funnier if Kelly Osbourne, like, in her desperation, was like, she tried to pit the two of them against, like, tried to divide and conquer. She's like, no, but you're Latino and you're black. Raven, don't you know that her people underbid your people for jobs and then keep you out of the job market and keep you on government assistance and poverty?
I know about it. I grew up in Hollywood. We watched how we made you guys fight for maid and housekeeping in our house.
We took her way before we take you, Raven. Doesn't that make you upset that all these border jumpers are taking all of your black jobs? Like, Kelly, what the fuck? Like, stop digging.
No, I would never mean it like that.
Okay.
Like, I'm not part of this argument with...
I think what you're saying is that Trump himself...
I love how she jumps into the argument and goes, I'm not part of
this. I just started it.
It's like she jumped into a pool, and then as soon as she realized it was filled with diarrhea, she went, no, I'm not a diarrhea swimmer. This isn't like, I'm not a person who swims in diarrhea on a regular basis. This is just the thing that happened to me right now. I'm not part of this. I'm going to get out of the pool now.
I think what you're saying is that Trump himself
He needs to look out his
probably
window and
relies on a
realize
lot
that
of these
this
people that he's
country is not
insulting.
white
I'm so glad that Donald Trump made it illegal for her to play basketball with women. That was an important step for this country's healing process.
Who is that?
A big bitch? That's I don't know who that is. If it's not Kourtney Kardashian or Khloe Kardashian, I don't know.
All right, then. Pretty sure it's not Khloe Kardashian.
Ghost Crusader says that's Rosie from 10 years ago. Oh, is that who it is? I didn't know. Corn Dip says the View hasn't been good since Barbara Walters left. Was The View ever good, or was it always something we could watch? And like, I've always looked at The View as like, so the show is a bunch of women having opinions, right? So like, to me, it's like watching dogs walk on their hind legs.
Right. It's its own thing, but once in a while, it's pretty funny to catch up on.
Right. Like you check it out and you go, oh, look, that's cute. They think that they're being poignant. And then there's really no reason to watch it after that. They just go, oh, look, they're giving geopolitical takes as though this is going to move the needle. This is a fun show. Like, having The View on the air is like putting third grade in-house basketball games on ESPN just to placate the kids. But then, like, Stephen A. Smith starts taking it seriously. He's like, that little 3'6" point guard has got to get his stuff together at this level. You cannot be missing open layups when you're doing layup drills before the game. It's like ESPN was like, look, it's Sunday morning. Nobody's watching. Let's just put some third grade basketball on TV.
I like this idea.
And then all of a sudden on Monday, you got Mad Dog going, but the third graders, did you see that? Did you see that Long Island team? That power forward should be banned from the league. I was watching him. He missed a 7-foot jumper. He didn't even use the glass. Actually, when I do Mad Dog, my left eyeball like kind of pops out of it. Like my vision goes wavy.
Uh-oh.
Like the pressure from behind my eye builds up to the point where it fucks up my left eye. That's commitment, boys and girls.
Eventually, he's going to get to the point where he can only do certain impersonations while wearing an eye patch.
Well, I'm watching this third grade basketball game on ESPN because I'm a company guy, and I see one of the third graders. I see him. He misses a wide open layup. I go, you're never going to make the traveling team. He thinks he's going to make traveling team. Traveling team. Who's going to take a traveling guy who can't make a layup? I saw one of them. They can't even reach the net when they jump. This used to be a proper sport. Now I just want third grade basketball on television for the sole purpose of having Mad Dog
Russo
commentate on the game. Yeah. Tilt says Chris Russo should be on The View. That would be great.
Oh, that'd be painful.
Whoopi, I was in the men's room in Minnesota the other day, Whoopi, and they got tampons in there. What are we doing? There's no tampons in the men's room. We can go in the men's room and there's tampons. The men aren't bleeding from their vaginas. It's the madness. And they're like, well, now come on, Chris. What if there are trans men who are out there and they are menstruating, baby. And when them trans men start menstruating, Chris, they got to have... Well, they can go in the women's room, or they can go somewhere to the family bathroom, and they can grab some. I bought tampons. I get nosebleeds on the airplane. And I went into you could go to the gift shop. You could get the tampons. You could go into the family bathroom. You could put the tampon in your vagina. It'll be fine. I don't need to be in the men's room and there's tampons in there. That's not the country I grew up in.
It's 2025, y'all. Men bleed from their vaginas, child.
Men are bleeding from their vaginas. I'm going to jump off the fucking building. Okay, now Mad Dog being on The View needs to happen, and we need to make him right-wing. There needs to be right-wing commentator. You know how fast Mad Dog, like the Mad Dog character, would get fired if he was a conservative commentator? He's like, and another thing, I don't even think trans people are real people. It's like, whoa, Jesus Christ, Chris, what are we doing, man?
Won't make it to the parking lot.
Take it easy. I think if you put them all in a camp, they would keep their genitals to be the gender they were born. All right, well, let's take it easy. Let's take it easy, my man.
They'll start a riot on his first day.
Okay, now you know what? Fuck it. I need that version of The View.
Mad Dog Russo view?
Whoever came up with Mad Dog on The View, that is a brilliant bit, and it needs to happen. It needs that. I need that, and I need two other things.
What?
Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
That's it.
I should have expected that. I was like, oh, what else is it? Oh, that. Okay.
Hobo chili recipe. I just thought this was a funny line. It says Aaron's favorite porn parody is white men can't hump. I need to fix my table. I knocked everything off the table while I was doing my Mad Dog bit.
Uh-oh.
Dude, Mad Dog shakes the table. He's
Mad
banging
Dog,
into shit.
So just grab the bottom of the table for dear. All right.
Mad Dog is one of my more active impersonations, for sure.
Okay.
All right, so what I was trying to get to was because of this this Supreme Court deal, this Supreme Court statement on birthright citizenship, MSNBC was mad. They were raging at Donald Trump. They were raging at the Supreme Court, and they were going off about immigration. And one thing you can be sure of is that when the Democrats go off about immigration, they're going to slip and say something really fucking demeaning and racist.
Yep.
They're just, they can't help themselves. That's just how they work. It's going to be, something about cleaning toilets, something about doing dishes. It's just, they don't think much of these people. You can tell by the way, how much thought or how little thought Democrats and liberals give on commenting about immigration and the actual people behind the illegal immigration. Democrats like illegal immigration because it's part of a plan to make them citizens, give them voting rights, and pump up their voting numbers, because it's a lot easier to open up your borders and then try to change the legislation than it is to try and give the American people what they want.
Yeah, and they're importing people who have a vested interest on being on the government dole. So if they're the ones giving you the dole, you got to give them their proper due, or you lose your free ride.
Right. So MSNBC starts commenting about it, and to them, and this is Stephanie Rule, by the way, who's becoming one of the main people. It's too bad you become a main person at MSNBC right now, not by doing a really good job, but by avoiding your bosses so they can't fire you. Basically, the people who are the top people at MSNBC are the people who have avoided the budget cuts. It's not like Stephanie Rule got really, really good. Just everyone else started getting fired. Stephanie Rule is one of the biggest people on MSNBC right now because she doesn't make enough money to be a target. So you want to be in the $600,000 to $800,000 a year range on MSNBC, because then you make a decent living. Mm-hmm. But you can also be under the radar. Because Joy Reid was making what, $3 million a year?
Yeah, and Rachel Maddow was making 20 something.
They see Joy Reid and they're like, oh, there's some fat we can cut. They're hoof trimming on Joy Reid. They see a Stephanie Rule. They see someone making $600,000 to $800,000 a year. They're like, not worth it.
Not worth the time. Let's just leave her there.
Matter of fact, let's promote her to prime time because she'll just be thrilled that we're letting her be there. She'll be happy to be there, guy. It'll be perfect. So Stephanie Rule starts commenting on the immigrants. and the Supreme Court decision. And I'll say to illegals in this country, with friends like this, you don't need enemies.
Paul, you first. I mean, because Molly mentions those people that are the farm workers, certainly of the ag industry that's being affected. You've got hospitality industry, going to a restaurant even. I mean, you may not have people being able to clear your place, move so quickly, the food being served.
Yeah.
By the way, we can't at all endorse the idea that Americans could take any of these jobs at all.
Right. Those used to be jobs teenagers did.
Right.
There were like diner servers were either teenagers or a lady who was trying really hard to stay clean of meth. That's what diner or family restaurant servers usually are. There's someone who's either in college, in high school, or like they're kind of pretty, but you can tell their teeth are a little fucked up and they're just trying to straighten their shit out again because they went through a really, really rough time. And for some reason...
Or like they're pretty enough to be a stripper, but they had a dad in their life, so they're like, I'm not going to go that route, and they don't know what they're going to do, so that's the server thing for a while.
Exactly. So you get to MSNBC commenting about illegal immigration, and it's all just, who's going to wash your dishes? Who's going to clean your table? Who's going to serve your food? Like, oh, God, liberals are such gross fucking elite white people. They're just like, yeah, if we crack down on immigration, who's going to serve us? What fucking pigs? Like, this is the same conversation Democrats had when we tried to take their slaves away from them.
But you can't take the help. Who's going to serve me my mint julep?
Right. It was, you can't take away my slaves. How will my food get to the table? What, am I going to dish it up myself? What, am I going to pay that fat black lady to bring it to me? I'm going to have...
can't take my slaves. I paid good money for them.
If that fat black house slave becomes a person, I'm going to have to give her naming rights to the syrup I made.
Excuse me, sir. Who said you could requisition my farm equipment? These are people, asshole. Wow.
Oh, now they're people. Well, how are my fields going to get plowed? Well, you're going to have to hire help to do them. The hell you say with this poppycock?
I did hire help. I bought him when he was a child. That's kind of the problem.
I bought them from Mr. Horowitz, and he assured me this was a lifetime guarantee. When I bought those from Mr. Goldberg, he assured me that I could have them and their offspring. You're telling me that Mr. Goldberg engaged in a fiscal transaction and now is washing his hands of it? I won't hear it. Now, who's going to bring me a chicken leg? You said that the Negro can say no now.
The officers of Schwartz and Blackman assured me that these were insured.
Are you saying that they lied to me? I won't have it. The Democrats, it's kind of history repeating. And now they've recruited black people to do it too, because now black people will go, oh, yeah, who's going to clean the hotel bedrooms and shit like that? It's like, you understand, they did this same fucking thing to you.
Dude, there's a chance we can be like, all right, now who's going to pick our cotton, child? Like, I want to hear Whoopi Goldberg say that.
Well, that's kind of what they're doing. Aren't they doing oh, well, here's my thing. If we don't let these illegal Mexicans stay here, who's going to mow the yard? Who's going to do the lawn work? Who's going to pick the lettuce? That's what they say, like, who's going to pick the crops? They do that.
Yeah.
They say, I don't know why that turned into Seinfeld. They do that.
They do that.
But they do. Like, they do that argument where they're like, well, who's going to pick the crops if these Mexicans are gone? It's like, that's how they see them.
Because, they came here for a better life. And when they thought, like, oh, if I could only pick vegetables out of a field in the middle of the day, every day for bottom dollar, I would be so happy.
I mean, there's only two places I can think to send illegals.
Wait.
Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
That's it. Well,
only to clean it. The toilets and stuff, and do the lawnscaping, maybe some minor construction revisions like roofing and such. That's it.
Only to clean tables and do dishes. That's it. Yeah, Eagle of America goes, if they get rid of the illegals, who's gonna staff Popeyes, baby? I don't know why Whoopi's kind of like Dusty Rhodes a little. She ends everything with, well, here's the thing, if you will. I believe we should go to the pay window with all of these illegals, baby. And we should probably just put gorilla shit all over the Omni.
Throw a child in there and you got it. It's weird. There you go.
No, then you would do Dusty. You would go, well, you see, child. Gotta switch it up for both of them. So MSNBC, not the only ones making racist comments about the illegals. We have the lovely and talented, and she is a cutie. And you know, the black women don't usually do it for me, but I'm a Jasmine Crockett guy. That was a fucking really easy racist thing I just said. Holy shit.
Yep.
Wow,
I'm a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, I am too. I'm a little uncomfortable with how I just behaved. I just said, black women don't usually do it for me. You're not supposed to say that. That's kind of my they clean our toilets moment.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. How is it they're both negative? Because you're like, black women don't really do it for me. Oh, you're a horrible racist. But on the other hand, if you're like, nah, I really like black ladies, now you're a fetishist. Where does it land?
Yeah, you can't really...
Because I constantly criticism for finding a particular ethnicity, how some may say more attractive than others. People are like, oh, you got a thing. Like, yeah, right. Would you rather be like, oh, I would never touch those with a 10-foot pole? Like, that's still not good. Like, there's no happy medium.
I have a thing where, like, when they're in their 20s and 30s, I believe Irish women are fucking gorgeous, but they all age like Susan Boyle. So it's like...
Y'all age like a peeled potato. You got 5 minutes to make it work before it's just gross.
Yeah, those dark-haired Irish beauties, I think they're great, but like for some reason their metabolism just takes a shit at 44. And I don't get it.
They've been surviving a very, very heavy-handed Catholic God. Just take a lot.
You know what it is? Starch. It's true.
Once again, you guys, you got to loosen up on the starch, more fiber in your diet.
What is it about it? What is it about Italian women? Because they're princesses, and then they all look like, you know, the guy Batman dressed up as at the beginning of Dark Knight Returns Part 2.
Yeah, they have the olive oil which holds them together at first, but then it just starts to congeal.
You know, they are
upon itself.
Especially as you get south, they are closer to the equator, and there was the Moorish rape.
I wasn't going to quite bring it into that, but
the Moors looked like
that is a thing.
Yeah, the Moors looked like sandpaper, so I can see where those genetics would. Is that racist? Can I not say that? The Moors aren't around. I mean, technically saying the Moors look like sandpaper is okay.
Yeah, I mean, who are you offending?
Yeah, bunch of dead Moors. That's all. So anyway, Jasmine Crockett decided to make some comments.
That's a segue.
We got some liberal examples of their tolerance.
Hey, repeal the 19th. I'm all for it.
No, I believe that's
what?
A Juneteenth thing. I don't think.
Oh.
I don't. Although saying the 19th and then having an asterisk next to it does kind of imply that.
Yeah, like we should get rid of it.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
I think it would be great to put a question mark there instead. The 19th.
How many of you are sending your kids to college to go and work on them? Okay, well, guess who is working the farms? So that you can afford your food.
So that you can have food.
So that you can have food. Now, how many of you...
No, she was right the first time, so you can afford it. That's right. What Jasmine Crockett, the nice Democrat, is saying is, who do you think we take advantage of and manipulate and pay dog shit money so we can keep labor costs low and sell you cheap strawberries, you fucking white cunts? That's right, Mexicans. We're treating Mexicans like shit so you can have cheap watermelon. No, I meant us, not that. I didn't. Oh, shit, I picked the wrong fruit.
Boy.
Oh, fuck. No, I didn't even. That was an accident. I like watermelon.
And you went watermelon.
I went watermelon because I like watermelon.
Right.
I'm a watermelon guy.
I don't understand how some people take perfectly good illegal immigrants when all you got to do is
pick up a black one like this here and give him a job. No, I love watermelon. Oh, Lord, I love watermelon.
Okay.
I pick watermelon up just like this. And Lord, have mercy. No, I don't know why that came out of me. I don't bother myself.
The question is who put it in you in the first place.
But Lexington Steel with how deep it is. But when it comes to my comments like that, when I do it on purpose as a joke, it never bothers me. It never concerns me. I never think twice about it, no matter who it offends. And we offend a lot of people. But when I do it like that, I scare the shit out of myself a little bit. Because that just came up. I said watermelon.
I can only think of 2 other times that's ever happened.
When? Oh, I would say there were 2 other times. You're right. I think one of them was
Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
Yeah, that would be the 2 other instances
Of bringing up watermelon.
Yeah, I got to fucking chill on that,
Just a touch. But I mean, hey, either way, the point still stands. She said the quiet part out loud. It's all about keeping the prices low, so while we fuck your economy and your government into the hole, you keep going, well, things have to be all right. I'm not paying out my ass for strawberries, and I have no idea why.
That's a good point. By the way, Zen Man Builds gifting a membership to Mecca Jones. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you.
190 away from today. Or no, I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. Not today.
Yeah.
Not even tomorrow. Tomorrow night.
Oh.
We're 190 away from tomorrow night. We have 3 shows now with no goals. Thank you very much. On a holiday week, there's no better time to have goal-free shows than a fucking holiday week, boy. And if you guys knock them all out in advance this week, we are giving you a Thursday Rumble Link Friday show. Otherwise, we were going to take Thursday off, but we're going to do the Rumble Link show. Ryan the Garbage Man with $1 says Johnny likes girls with a horizontal vagina. Yep, now we're going to get racist, I think.
That's just mean.
I think that means racism's a coming. Thank you, Schmitty, for becoming a member for 36 months. I appreciate that, pal. It's much appreciated. Do we have more? We have Nancy Pelosi. You want to hear a Nancy Pelosi racist towards Latinos clip?
Oh, I don't. What did she say?
Fact is that we have a responsibility to secure our border. We also have a responsibility to recognize the importance of newcomers to our nation.
Okay.
Right now, the best thing that we can do for our economy is to have comprehensive immigration reform.
Wait,
we have a shortage of workers in our country, and you see even in Florida, some of the farmers and the growers saying, why are you shipping these immigrants up north?
She was going to say Mexicans. That's why she had to hesitate. She was like, why are you sending these Mexicans up north? This is back when DeSantis and Abbott were trying to give Chicago and New York and Washington, D.C. a taste of their own medicine and like, hey, here's what your fucking laws do.
Yeah.
Immigrants up north, we need them to pick the crops down here. But that doesn't mean that we don't recognize our moral responsibility as well.
It's just these fucking Democrats can't stand up for illegal Mexicans without calling them all a bunch of fruit pickers.
Look, guys, we need to keep these illegal immigrants because my shoes are dirty and I'll be damned if I wipe them myself. Now get me your shine box, boy.
Right. I mean, this is their new boy massa dynamic that they've got. And it's with Mexicans instead of black people. The thing is, Republicans were never this party. Everyone likes to paint the Republicans as these racists and everything else. It was the Dixiecrats. It was the Southern Democrats who wanted to keep segregation. And then there's this lie that liberals have told. They're like, oh, yeah, all the Southern Democrats became Republicans after the Civil Rights Act. That is not fucking true. That did not happen. And then they're like, slavery, that was a Democratic proposition at the end, hanging on to slavery. And now with illegal immigration, it's, well, we need these people here. Why? Well, we want them to make our fucking hotel room beds and we want them to cook our food and pick our lettuce. I mean, wow.
Look, I'm really hungry and I don't want to pay a lot of money for my food.
Right, exactly. Zen Man with $1 says new business idea, watermelon formed into a chicken leg shape, battered in chicken flavored batter. It will be called Chickamelon. Sounds like something at the state fair, and it sounds fucking disgusting. Disgusting.
Which means everyone's going to love it.
Yeah. Donald Trump threatened Benjamin Netanyahu.
Really?
Yeah.
Do we have audio? I would like to hear this if I have
Well,
to believe it.
it's weird because he threatened Netanyahu while standing up for Netanyahu.
Okay.
It's really strange. I get it, but it's one of those deals where he's threatening Israel, but it's in criticism of America's treatment of Netanyahu. So, like, even when we take a hard line with Israel, it's because we're not treating them fair enough. Trump is threatening aid to Israel because he wants corruption charges against Netanyahu dropped. So we're not being...
Hi, Burisma. How you doing?
Hey, I mean, can Trump really shit on the Burisma deal?
Not anymore if he's going to do this.
I've got a golf course in Tel Aviv opening soon. President Donald Trump is threatening to withhold U.S. aid to Israel if corruption charges against Prime Minister Netanyahu are not dropped. Now, that first part, I love it. That second part makes me go, of fucking course.
Mm-hmm.
The first part, President Trump is threatening to withhold U.S. aid to Israel. Boom. All right, great.
I'd like to just skip to doing that, but
yeah,
continue.
fuck threatening. Just do it. If, corruption charges against Prime Minister Netanyahu are not dropped. Well, shit.
Well, fuck me.
In a post to Truth Social late Saturday, the president, for the second time in recent days, railed against the ongoing corruption trial of the Israeli prime minister. Now, let me say this. I don't know anything about this corruption deal. I'm just going to give a hot take based on what I know. He's fucking guilty. You can't hang on to power as long as Netanyahu has and not just have a litany of dirt behind you.
Didn't they kick him out because he had dirty, questionable shit, or he walked away because he had dirty? I thought we were looking into this a while ago.
Yeah, back in the 2000s, you mean, when, what was it, Ariel Sharon took over?
Yeah.
For a little bit. Yeah, that was kind of what that was like a Michael Jordan gambling in the NBA thing. It was basically the league went to Netanyahu and went, look, why don't you just lay low for a little bit and we'll bring you back? You know, you chill for a little while and we'll bring you back at a later date when the smoke clears, basically. In a post to Truth Social late Saturday, the president, for the second time in recent days, railed against the ongoing corruption trial of the Israeli prime minister, in which Netanyahu is facing 3 different accusations of quid pro quos, in which he allegedly granted favors to businessmen in exchange for bribes and friendly media coverage. I mean, in fairness, in America, we just call that politics.
Yeah, you're just allowed to do it.
Yeah, Fox has been doing that forever.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't really see where it is terrible what they are doing in Israel to Bibi Netanyahu. You know, somebody said this in our chat last week, and I agree with them. Can we stop with the fucking Bibi shit? Like, it gives him like a playful, fun nickname. The guy's a war criminal. The guy is starving Arabs and, starving Arab children to death and bombing families.
Yeah, but it's Bibi.
Yeah, it's Bibi. Come on, would Bibi do that? Yeah, a nickname named after a gun that kids play with, What if we called him AR-15 Netanyahu? I bet you Democrats wouldn't want to fund him then. That's it.
Have to.
Hey, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. What are you going to do? Hey, do you want to give Israel more aid? Define want. Does want mean AIPAC will fund my opponent with bottomless pockets and kick me out of office? Then I want to fund Israel.
Oh, boy, do I.
Yeah, you have no idea how badly I want to give Israel their aid. Now, if by want, do you mean I feel morally compelled to help them? Not in a million fucking years. If by want to give them aid, do I feel moderately blackmailed? I really want to give Israel aid money. Really want to. Like, you have no idea how badly I want to.
So how badly is it?
Like where my head's located currently.
All right.
Trump said, how is it possible that the prime minister of Israel can be forced to sit in a courtroom all day long over nothing? It is a political witch hunt, very similar to the witch hunt that I was forced to endure. Oh, that's it. You know what? It's because, again, with Trump, it's not necessarily political.
It's because he can bring it back to what he went through.
He can see himself in this whole deal, and he's like, I don't like this. This reminds me of, reminds me of my thing. And if it reminds me of me, then I think the me in that story is a great guy. Doesn't matter what he does outside of the corruption shit. He reminds me of me, therefore he equals good guy. That's our president.
Okay.
199 from Coyote NV says, Johnny, what are the 4th of July meat specials?
There are no meat specials. We don't have meat. It's, again, this is just a bit. It's just a shirt on a merch store.
$1 from Professor Tie-Dye. He says Johnny's Exotic Meats is offering watermelon-flavored chitlins and watermelon-flavored tripe. Tripe?
No, we're not. There's no meat.
Johnny is trying to court the Basketball American customer base, looking for cheap exotic meats. That's damn nice of you, buddy.
No, I'm not. Again, these are horrible, blasphemous lies.
Chef Maddox says, weren't we supposed to get a members-only stream yesterday? Yes, I had a great weekend with the kids and going to the Weird Al show and then golfing yesterday. So what I'm going to do for you, Chef Maddox, is I'm going to do a members show immediately after tomorrow morning's show and immediately after Wednesday morning's show. So you're going to get a twofer this week. I will do a third members-only show. Check this out. 2 things. We're going to do a third members only show this week, and we're going to do a Rumble Friday or a Rumble Thursday show on Thursday if we knock out all the goals in advance. Like if we stay ahead this whole week, then what we're going to do is I'm going to do Tuesday, Wednesday morning members shows after the morning show's over, and then Wednesday evening I'll stay longer. And I'll do a members-only show there as well. So make sure you keep us ahead. You're 185 away from tomorrow night. So you guys are like 36 hours ahead of the game. Keep it that way. We appreciate it. All the links are in the chat. Just 185 away from tomorrow night. We do have a surrender coming in.
From who?
We have a man saying that I'm inevitable and he cannot beat me. He is a guy who has hated my guts for a long time, and he has admitted his defeat. It is Mr. Bashonio. He says, I cannot defeat the toe. He is inevitable as the goal. PayPal knee-bending dono sent. Guys, these are my favorite donos, is the knee-bending. Thank you, Mr. Bashonio, with the $5. He says, I'm donating this to reinstate the goal. Nope. We're way ahead on the goal. The charm of the show is the goal. By the way, how are you in both chats and hosting? Toe is inevitable. I'm the fucking man, my man. I can't be beaten. Thank you for bending the knee, Mr. Bashonio. It's the most honest thing you've ever done. If everyone else who watches the toe from beginning to end was if everyone who watches from beginning to end would just admit, I've beaten them, you can't defeat me, I'm undefeatable, and you're bending the knee, then I think you would have a more peaceful life. You wouldn't be so angry all the time. I've noticed that all of you who dislike the toe are very angry, easily worked up people. We offend you. You're quick to anger. You're quick to offend. You're very sensitive. And we play on those emotions, and we play you like a fiddle. I think Mr. Bashonio will tell you, and many others will tell you, if you just surrender and you give in and admit, all you have to do is admit the reality that's in front of you. It's already over. We've already won. All you have to do is acknowledge it, and you will watch that peace, that calming effect wash over you, and you'll be fine. Thank you, W-Man, with $2. We appreciate that. You are very kind. 175 away from today. Doggo Doesn't Die Says, technically, you're only 32 hours ahead, not to be nitpicky. Well, I need to be kept in check. Thank you.
Woo-ha.
Woo-ha, woo-ha. Atomic Ray with $1 says, if you watch the toe from beginning to end, you will grow back your foreskin. I can't
vouch for that.
I can't make these claims. Other people have to make them. I'm not allowed to make such wild claims about this program. Thank you, guys. All the knee bending is great. All of the surrenders have been fantastic. We appreciate you. Again, just acknowledging the reality of the matter. That's all. Letting go is very helpful. Trump is threatening to withhold aid to Israel, which is awesome, which is great. The problem is it's because he wants Benjamin Netanyahu to be free of corruption charges, which is not so great.
So it's like one step forward, two back.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Of course, Midland Armory in downtown Foley with a great selection of whatever you need for home defense, personal defense, carry, hunting, sport shooting, whatever. It's all there. Check out the selection at midlandarmory.com. Derek and Tracy can answer all of your questions. They're returning to some normal store hours here. There's been a lot going on in downtown Foley this summer, and it has an impact. It has an impact on the Main Street businesses down there when they have all those festivals and shit going on. It's wild. So go to Midland Armory in downtown Foley, or give them a call, or send them an email and talk to Derek and Tracy about what you can get and what you need to help with whatever it is, your experience level, whatever it is you're looking for. Firearms technology is interesting because you can get a firearm that makes you a better shot. It's not unlike golf clubs. You get better golf clubs. They can be a little more forgiving. So that's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Of course, Tim and the team get there quicker than anybody else. So you go in the ditch, even on a holiday weekend where you know it's going to be busy. Nobody is faster than All Care Towing. And their colors are blue and white. So they're kind of patriotic to begin with. So All Care Towing, put it in your phone. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, especially for these potential holiday emergencies. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care. And then, Johnny, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. I mean, look, great place to go to celebrate the 4th. Great place to keep the party going out on the patio. All of that. Live music on the weekends. Thursday, great way to kick off the 4th of July weekend with bike night. You're going to love it. Go check out the patio. Go check out Stoney's Garage. Sure, all of that stuff is great. But July 26th, they're going to have the Steel Toe Morning Show 11th anniversary party live at Stoney's starting at 2 p.m. It's free to enter the party and the cornhole tournament, $300 grand prize to the winner. And then at night, we'll have the comedy show with myself, Gino, Keanu, Johnny, Roots, and others. Please go ahead and check it out. Go to eventbrite.com and get your tickets. That's eventbrite.com. We have the golf tournament on Sunday. We want you in on that golf tournament. I think, well, there is no max. There is a number I'd probably like to stop at, and we're over halfway to that number already. So go ahead. If you get a foursome together, you are guaranteed to play together. Otherwise, we will match you guys up at random. You will get an email letting you know how that works. Wapakata Golf Club, Sunday. Get there at 7 a.m. Tee times are going to start at 8. They've got a bar, everything else you need. $500 to the winner. Top 5 spots are going to get money. And the lowest scoring foursome is going to get money as well. Go ahead, check it out. Eventbrite.com for the Steel Toe 11th anniversary weekend party. It's the biggest thing we've ever done. W-Man with $5 says, how do you think the world would be today if the internet would have stayed a small, quiet pocket of Xbox Live nerds arguing back in 2005? I think we might be an unstoppable country with a pretty intelligent public.
Oh, yeah.
I think we'd be
Thank God that Xbox and Apple didn't have like a tech battle that just lured all of us into stupidity like lemmings.
Right? I mean, there's something about, and I know dorks hate this, nerds hate hearing this, internet dorks fucking hate hearing this, but it's 1000% true. It will always be true. Just because you smirk at it or just because you don't like it because you're a bitch doesn't make it not true. But taking away that physical confrontation of the threat that if you're a big enough dickhead, somebody might knock you the fuck out, taking away that great social equalizer destroyed us. Because most people on the internet are people who are not deserving of a voice. They don't deserve to be heard. They don't have anything particularly interesting to add. They just hate everything. They're fucking miserable, and they want everyone else to be that way. But if you're like that in public, you end up with two things: no friends and a black eye. You take those two things away because now you can gather in a group of miserable fucking people.
Oh, yeah.
And nobody
and now
can
you've got
hit
a
you.
whole bunch of people who share your viewpoints. You're like, hey,
Yeah.
I'm not alone, even though the majority of us don't. But we're not there because we're busy doing stuff not on the internet. So we can't be like, hey, you're wrong.
Yeah.
We got shit to do.
Exactly. So, again, you can cope on that as much as you'd like to. But the rest of us know we're right. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, with the Haitians being deported, Johnny is offering 75% off his remaining stock of long pig meats.
Again, this is unvalidated, inaccurate information. I have no meat market.
Long pig meats. What's long pig?
You don't know what long pig is?
I don't know what long pig. No, I'm not up on long pig. Can I? I hear there are two places I can get it outside of your exotic meats business.
Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
What's long pig?
Are you asking me seriously?
Yeah.
Well,
you serve
they've
it.
claimed
so
it's like a soylent meat.
Oh, like it's people?
Yeah.
Oh, so oh my God, you're killing and butchering Haitians?
No. See, that's again where this is a blasphemous lie.
Show new detail.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
There's no truth to any of it. Again, shirt on a merch store. The whole thing started before that. It became that, and now it won't die.
I didn't know that.
I embraced the whole thing just for the cuckham shirt, to be honest.
I didn't know that you killed Haitians, cooked them, and served them to people.
I don't.
Wait, do you cook them or do you just serve the meat and they cook them?
Oh, I don't cook them.
Okay.
Because I don't kill them. There's no business at all.
Oh, so you find dead Haitians, basically like
no, we don't
roadkill.
even find them. There's no meat market at all.
That sounded sarcastic. So, like, do you find Haitians? So do you have to go out and physically?
You can't find. Yeah, I can't, dude. Every time I try to touch Trump, it just goes bad. There's no Haitians. There's no meat market. There's no. It's not a thing. It's not a thing.
Not all these people would say this unless you were lying.
I feel like these people are leaning in just because they like being part of it. Again, proving the internet group mentality.
Grand Poobah says, no, Johnny has someone else kill the Haitians. He just does the processing. Okay, so thank you guys. Grand Poobah.
None of this is true.
No, thank you guys for telling me the truth so he couldn't weasel out of this one. Well, that's very interesting. That you don't kill the Haitians yourself. You have someone else kill Haitians.
I don't kill Haitians.
I actually would have found it to be ethical and moral if you found the Haitians and they hadn't started, attracting flies yet. If you found a fresh dead Haitian and you loaded them up and then you processed them.
Again, this all is highly inaccurate. Plus, if we're going to be honest, you're going to find meat on that thing? You've seen Haitians? Kind of wiry. Like, what are you going to do with that?
I mean, I didn't think it was good meat, but, you kind of specialize in, no,
I don't.
You specialize in, what do they call that? Novelty. Like, people want to eat a Haitian because they're curious. Right?
No. Don't feel like that's a thing. Like, oh, hey, I'm at the butcher counter. Look, we have beef, we have chicken, we have salmon. Where are the people?
No. A butcher. That's why you're in business, because butcher shops don't offer these kind of services.
Again, but I feel like you're missing a core part of the issue here. There is no business. This isn't a thing.
No. Right. There is no business. Like, you got to kind of keep
the
it.
eye winking thing. You and Digger, like, you guys forget that takes the sincerity out of your agreement.
I didn't wink. I have a twitch. I'm trying to become as successful as
It's
Ethan.
your mad dog eye.
No, I'm trying to become as successful as Ethan Klein. So,
all right.
trying to give a little. So yeah, you're a cash only operation, not a business.
No, and there's no,
because you can't claim it. Like Uncle Sam starts wondering, how'd you make your money? You can't say like, oh, I scoop up.
Dude,
dead
I'm
Haitian
legit
bodies.
worried that Uncle Sam is going to start sniffing around with how much people on this show and mine keep repeating it. I'm already filing taxes and stuff because of my whole disabled person working thing. Like, so I'm very excited to see when I eventually hi, we've been hearing claims that you apparently run a meat market.
What's the best seasoning for Haitian people? I would guess kind of a Cajun barbecue rub.
Or something like smoky and spicy at the same time.
That's
but
what I
either
mean.
way, I wouldn't know. I don't have a meat
Memphis barbecue rub, maybe?
Maybe.
Okay.
I mean, you go like a jerk seasoning, but now you're just being, a tourist.
What are the four main barbecues? There's Memphis, there's St. Louis, Texas, and what's that last one?
I don't know.
Memphis, Kansas City, Texas, and not Atlanta. There's one more. Somebody's gonna get it to us, but we got a little bit of a delay, so I'm gonna be able to struggle with this for a little bit. God damn it, what's the one town I'm missing? I know it's in the southeast. North Carolina. Is it North Carolina barbecue?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I've
it is.
never really.
It's North Carolina. That's what it is. Memphis is the hotter one.
Okay.
Texas
I haven't
is
tried that.
smoky. Texas is smoky. Memphis is spicy. Kansas City is sweeter. I don't know what North Carolina's hallmark is. Features of Memphis dry rub. We're having fun today, boys and girls. A balance of sweet, savory, and spicy flavors, typically featuring brown sugar, paprika, salt, and pepper. That ain't much different than my Kansas City. My Kansas City has brown sugar and shit.
Well, brown sugar is going to be a base in a lot of them.
Rich, sweet, and savory flavor profile, often featuring paprika, garlic, onion, brown sugar, and spices. Yes, correct. All right, so then Texas is kind of the smokier.
So I'd probably like Texas.
Robust, savory flavor profile with a balance of sweet and spicy notes. And then what? Okay, so what's NC made for? North Carolina dry rub, sweet and savory flavor profile offering feature paprika, brown sugar, and a blend of earthy and spicy notes. Oh, that one, a little more mustard in there. Okay. Chili peppers or cayenne. A lot of this stuff is very similar to my Kansas City recipe.
Yeah, but they just take a step off. It's kind of the way everybody. Are you going to reinvent the wheel? How hard is it to rub your meat?
It's enjoyable. Kyler with $2 says, back in 2005, we had dial-up internet and a simple Dell computer. My family still had cows, and no one in my family had cell phones yet. Some days I wish it was still like that. Glory days. Grant Poobah with $2 says, Aaron, is this a Haitian Caribbean jerk? Johnny, no, by all accounts, he was a great guy. I like that one. Atomic Ray with $1 says they are all barbecue sauces. A clue. By the way, there are 2 different places you can find these barbecues.
Where can you find these barbecues?
Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
I feel bad for him every time. I just want to yell.
Just that he's no longer with us.
I just want to yell, enunciate, motherfucker. Enunciate. Your Huckleberry with $5 says the Fresh Dead Haitians will be playing the Veranda Lounge. Well, that's good. Johnny will be carving them up and cooking them afterwards. You guys are only $170 away from tomorrow night's goal. Not tonight, not tomorrow morning, tomorrow evening's goal. You're 170 away. Out of the next 5, the people are really talking about this guy who's probably going to become New York City mayor.
Yeah, I've heard some interesting things about this particular gentleman.
People fucking hate this guy. And by the way, the amount of shit they're talking about him, I mean, that's about as clear sign as you're going to get that he's going to win. By the way, we're in the last hour of the show. Still well over 600 of you, almost 700 of you checking out just on Rumble and YouTube alone. We're probably still in the 800 or 900s, right? Holy shit, you guys. I was thinking like holiday week, quite a bit down. I was thinking like we'd be down in the 600s total. Not just 600s on the two main. I'll stop sucking my dick. That's probably enough of that. Jesus Christ. I just, holiday week, I didn't want to look numerically, but I don't mind it. Socialist frontrunner for the New York City mayor says he doesn't think billionaires should exist. Which is interesting because I don't know how we would get a lot of our services that we had if because like, okay, if billionaires don't get to exist, then it's not like everyone gets $999 million and then pays the rest to the government so the government can give it back to the people. People will just work and make stuff until they have $999 million and then quit.
And then they'll stop.
Yeah, they'll just quit. They'll be like, okay, I reached the end of the game. No sense in me working for somebody else. I'll just invest my money as wisely as I can, set up trust funds for my kids, donate some money, spend some, whatever, maybe be an investor. I don't know.
Literally all you'll cause is like economic decline.
Oh God, our whole system would fucking collapse, which I guess is this guy. I've listened to a lot of people yell socialist. It's kind of like the boy who cried wolf. Remember when they thought Obama was a socialist and Obama was like a corporate Democrat? Like Obama wasn't socialist shit. You want to see a socialist. Fucking Obama ain't even close. Obama pissed Bernie off. So Obama being like a dyed-in-the-wool, I'll do anything for my fucking donors kind of a Democrat. I mean, even in his healthcare bill, it was so not socialist that it was kind of a ripoff of a Richard Nixon idea.
Yeah.
Which was basically... It wasn't, we're going to have government health care. We're going to make you get government health care. Instead, it was, we're going to force you to buy this private company's product.
We're literally just going to become the prop man for the insurance companies. Just anybody that wants to get them, we'll just say, hey, you have to do this now.
Exactly. Hey, we got healthcare reform. What's the healthcare reform? We're going to make this product more expensive. Well, that sucks. I'm not going to buy that. Oh, no, you don't understand. You have to, or we're going to fine the shit out of you at tax time. Wait.
Because you're costing more people on the healthcare system.
Yeah. And why are you doing this? Oh, to help you. Oh, so this healthcare thing is to help me. But you're going to make it more expensive. Oh, indeed we are. You're going to make it harder to find doctors. Oh, yes, we are. You're going to force the insurance companies to cover more shit that maybe I don't have. Yes, indeed we are. And you're going to then, we're going to force you to buy. Oh, I have to buy it. I don't have a choice. No, you don't have a choice.
It's the land of the free, don't you see?
There's your socialist president right there. So now this guy, Mamdani, in New York, it sounds like he's going to be the new guy, and they're calling him a socialist. And I'll be honest, like I said, I had a very busy weekend with the family. I wasn't really out, tooling around for political news and shit. So I really haven't looked too far into this Mamdani guy. I do know that this idea we're about to hear from this weekend is fucking dog shit. Let's go ahead and listen and laugh.
You are a self-described democratic socialist.
By the way, democratic socialist is just a really polished up PR way of saying dirty fucking commie. Which is a polished down, dirtier way of saying he's a communist. Like, democratic socialist is only put in there because Mao and Stalin killed a fuckload of people.
Right.
Like Mao and Stalin trying to get to their communist utopia, tens and hundreds of millions of people fucking died. So you can't even say socialism, Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. You have to say, oh, well, when people think of socialism and communism, they think of murder and death and imprisonment and re-education camps. So we'll say that the problem with the old socialism was that it was run by dictators. So if we say democratic socialism, then people will love us.
And after all, if you get into power, you can't have a communism without a dictator, though, right? Like
right.
That part happens.
Yeah. Well, and then they'll try to trick you and they'll go, well, we need to be democratic socialists like Sweden and Norway. It's like, motherfucker, Sweden and Norway are capitalist countries. They just have higher taxes and they have more social services. They are not a socialist country. You are allowed to own private property in Sweden and Norway. You are allowed to have your own business and make as much money as you'd like in Sweden and Norway. They're just an overtaxed capitalist democracy. That's all. Like, everyone thinks if you just have a lot of regulations and taxes, it makes you socialist. No.
Ooh.
No, 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 no.
Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
What a weird fucking question that we even get to ask, right?
Bitch, how many did, show me one billionaire that just happened to just stumble upon it without trying. Maybe Bezos.
Not only that, but I have something for, well, no, Bezos had to start like bookstores and shit. Like Bezos worked.
In the beginning.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the benefit of having a great idea is, yeah, you got to bust your ass in the beginning and then you get to sit on your dick. Wait, that's not like that's
like that a lot there, do you?
No, not like sit on your, get the idea. But what a weird question you get to ask on TV. Like, I always say, when you ask a question and you chortle with your guest about it, let's do a thought experiment where we flip that around and see if it's okay to ask that. So he says, do billionaires have a right to exist? All right, now let me bring a Republican on and go, do poor people have a right to exist? It's like, what? Yes, we're not just going to, chop them up into Johnny's ground beef.
God, again, these aren't true. There's no ground beef.
Unless they're Haitian, then...
there's literally the whole meat market isn't a thing, let alone the long pig section.
I mean, that's what you keep saying, but people keep saying they've got it. They've gotten orders, so.
And they're lying.
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality. And ultimately, what we need more of is equality across our city and across our state and across our country. And I look forward to work with everyone, including billionaires, to make a city that is fairer for all of them.
Oh, yeah, I don't think you have a right to exist, but I want to work with you to get this done. Meaning, I want you to do exactly what I say, and I want to take your shit from you. And if you don't agree that we should do that, we're going to fucking figure it out without you. And by the way,
equality.
There's nothing funnier to me than an MSNBC employee talking about how billionaires are bad. Like, bitch, who's writing your checks?
Right.
Do you exist without some bill? You think MSNBC is going to survive on being profitable? No, some billionaire with an agenda has to prop your asses up.
And he uses your financial failure to justify his massive gains in other markets.
Right. You are what's called a loss leader. You are the thing that the company you work for uses to get their books down to zero so they don't have to pay a fuckload in taxes every year. You are the thing they use to go, if we turn this much profit in this business, we'll have to pay 20%. But if we still take that same $20 million out of this business, but we declare a $20 million loss in this business, we get to take this $20 million completely free of charge. It's fucking awesome.
Or another reason, or pretty much the whole reason Twitch is still in existence.
Yeah. Like when GE owned NBC. Like, they were like, we don't give a fuck if the news loses money. We're selling light bulbs by the cases, motherfuckers. Like, we just give a shit about electronics and light bulbs and shit like that. If NBC loses $50 million, that's a nice little tax savings for us. Just, yeah, the guy like this president in New York. New York's doing this weird thing. I don't blame Mamdani. Like, he's allowed to have his opinions and his beliefs. It's just funny to watch New York, like all these New Yorkers who have watched shit work out. They've watched what works and what keeps crime low and what keeps, the city successful. And they go, no, fuck that. Let's do the opposite of that. And they've watched it turn the city into garbage. And then they go, I have an idea. Let's
double down.
Let's go further than that. Like, New York City is making Chicago look reasonable. Because Chicago is just going, this Lori Lightfoot fucking sucks. The city's in a shitty spot. Let's pick someone who's got a dick, but is pretty much just like her. But they don't go worse. They don't go, hey, things are really shitty. I bet you we can make it worse.
And if nothing else, we've all seen California take that side of the experiment of doubling down, and look how it's worked out for them.
Yeah. L Train says, boss, have you ever been to NYC? Yeah, dude, I was there right when it was still good. I was there in 04. My senior year, I was there, October of 04. And it was still nice. It was nice and easy. I mean, don't get me wrong. We went out at night sometimes, and there would be an odd homeless person. You know, one of them went, hey, hey, hey. And you look over and he's like, don't go to a sleepover at Michael Jackson's house because you'll fall asleep and he'll play with your ass. And it's like, oh, it's just practical advice.
It's just a good public service announcement.
Yeah. And I don't know why that guy started out kind of sounding like Tracy Morgan. To me, that's what all black homeless people sound like.
Like Tracy Morgan.
Yeah. Hey, you come over here and you get your asshole, you get your booty fucked. I don't know why. All crazy homeless. It makes sense, doesn't it? Like if you saw a guy, if you didn't know it was Tracy Morgan, but he looked and talked like Tracy Morgan and he was wearing newspapers, that would make sense. That would track, right?
Homeless person, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I just took a shit in that alley. You want to smell my dookie? Like that.
Oh, dear Lord.
I could see that. Both. But what I'm saying is I could see that being a homeless person, or
and Tracy Morgan.
I could see it being Tracy Morgan as well. I got to give you guys some advice. Don't stand in front of a Walmart truck. They're dangerous. If they can't have billionaires, says Coltrane, the rich will just pay their children $999 million each and not allow it to be used. Have 10 kids and you have 10 non-billionaires. Yeah, it's fucking retarded. You'll also collapse our entire economy and you'll turn us into shit. But don't worry, socialists have it all figured out.
Don't worry, if the system collapses, I'm sure he doesn't have any other systems of laws that he can bring up to use.
Oh, no. Well, that's the weird thing about communism is it's a dog shit ideology because your ideology has to be shit if step one is tear down the other thing, because if we don't tear down the other thing, people will like it.
You'll realize how good you have it.
Right. If we don't tear down the thing you're doing, people will like it better than our thing. Like communism is such just a 100% power grab Ponzi scheme for the people engineering it. Communist revolutions work out great for the people running the revolutions. They work out terrible for everyone else. But communism is the great Ponzi scheme. It's the great pyramid scheme that convinces all of you that you're going to be part of the ruling class.
But you're not.
You're not.
And that's
you're just
the funny part.
Going to be literally grist for the mill. They're just going to throw you in the grinder and chop you up.
But don't worry, by the time you realize that, that's going against the group, and now we gotta put you down. Oops, too bad, so sad.
How long your communist country works is dependent on how much, like, how rich your country was before it was communist and how long you can skate on that money. That's about how it works. Like the Soviet Union had the czars and all that shit, so their ruling class had a fuckload of money. So you could run that for about, 70 years or so. That'll work. Communist China, what are they at now? They're at about 70 years, about 1950 something. So they're at about 70, 75 years. Thing about China is they did communism incorporated.
Yeah.
Like they didn't do straight up communism. They went, all right, here's what we're going to do. You know how communism before was like, we're not going to allow any private property or private companies. All right, now instead what we're going to do is we're going to only let people who are members of the Communist Party have businesses and have corporations and make a fuckload of money.
So they get to have their private property, but they got to pay in their VIG.
What,
essentially, it's more like the mafia.
Yeah, Chinese communism is a mafia, capitalist, communist mix because what they've understood is that there needs to be an economic engine if you're going to give people the basics they need to stay alive. You know, we can't let her. They learned under Mao, letting your people starve to death by the millions is a bad look. And so if they would have kept it up, they would have said, hey, we got 600 million screaming Chinamen. And then when I thought there were 1 billion screaming Chinamen, you go, there were, and then you throw your drink on the fire. But what China kind of learned is that, like, if we introduce a little private business, we can generate a lot of revenue. But if we tell the rank and file citizen of our country that all that shit is bad for you and we'll just take that poison on ourselves within the party so we can generate enough income to feed them, we get to keep all the capitalist money and make the people live in communism. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
It's pretty. China has it all figured out.
You can offer some of the lowest working wages in the world.
Exactly. And when you don't believe in private property, and you don't believe in things like intellectual property rights, whenever another country opens a factory in your country, you can just work on stealing it, ripping it off, opening it up across the street, and then kicking that country the fuck out. And that's what China does. Japan, Toyota opened a factory in China where they were building some electric cars. This was probably about 15 years ago or so. And China, basically, they had these guys who would infiltrate the plant. They would get the schematics. They would get the designs. They would get everything. They stole it, opened up literally across the street. They opened a factory that made the same exact thing. And then when Toyota went, hey, what the fuck are you doing? They went, what? You're ripping us off. And they went, that's a terrible accusation. We don't feel comfortable with you being in our country anymore. You'll have to leave. And so they kicked Toyota the fuck out and built their cars. China steals. And, what? There's no way to stop it because, there's a world court, sure, but China goes, all right, then fucking take me to court. And they're like, for what? For the copyright infringement. And they're like, well, are you going to show up? And China's like, no. Fuck you. They're like, well, we need you to stop doing that. It's like, all right, nuke me. They're like, well,
define need.
Yeah. And they're like, well, we're not going to fucking nuke you. That's insane. All right, well, then leave me alone. I got some fucking Japanese cars to build. They built 2 more places in China now that I think is a total ripoff.
2 more?
Yeah, they built 2 more places.
What 2 did they build in China?
Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
Yeah.
That first one's surprising. I mean, with how much work they did to hold Captain America Brave New World back, I feel like, wow.
Was that their whole reason for holding that back was because Captain America was black?
Yep. That's why the movie poster released in China was like a picture of a Chinese man's shadow.
Fucking super base, dude.
Dude, and the best part is that movie deserves it. That's the counter, because that movie's got a lot of super wokeism in it.
Is it dog shit?
Yeah.
What's the deal with the Red Hulk?
So you remember the doctor that helped the Incredible Hulk in the original Incredible Hulk movie?
Yeah.
The one that got sick at the end when what's his name, Bone Dude, showed up. Well, apparently they bring him back. He's the villain now because they wanted to have a angry warmongery American president as a quasi-villainy character, but it's hard to pass that off in America. So what they did is they put Harrison Ford in the role for President Ross, the guy who was chasing the Incredible Hulk in the first Incredible Hulk movie.
President Ross, who was William Hurt, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was William Hurt, but since he passed away,
he's dead. Yeah,
they got Harrison Ford to reprise the role.
No disrespect to the amazing William Hurt, who was William Marshall in the Ridley Scott Robin Hood and was fantastic at it.
Mm-hmm.
That's an upgrade. I like William Hurt, but if you can get Harrison Ford, I just mean for the business of your movie. I don't mean acting wise. William Hurt's a great actor.
It's a little jarring to see him play an established character because you've never seen him play it before.
Sure.
So it's weird to just step into the role like that. And anyways, so yeah, the doctor has been poisoning the now President Ross to make him look bad. And the only thing that can thwart Red Hulk is Captain America, who has to monologue every time about how he can understand being a downtrodden person.
Oh my God, we're getting black Captain America.
Oh, dude, it gets better than that. The movie opens with Captain America and his Hispanic sidekick, and so of course.
Wait, whoa. What's his name? Muchacho Manuel? Who's?
I don't know. His name's Joaquin, I think. Yeah, that's right, Joaquin. Because I was making jokes that it's like, he's not.
If you tell me it's fucking Pedro Pascal, I'm gonna lose my shit.
No, it's some young guy. I have no idea. It's some nobody.
No. That sounds Asian. That doesn't sound Mexican.
Well, I didn't say cream of, but
some young
the point
guy
is.
All right.
Point is, so we have his, as I like to call him, Joaquin Phoenix, and so then we have Anthony Mackie playing Captain America, but he's got a suit that's...
Hey, before you continue, I'm going to interrupt a lot. Papa Doc. Thank you.
Papa Doc.
Papa
Right,
Doc.
right. Papa Doc.
Yeah.
So Papa Doc is now Captain America, but he doesn't have any superpowers. He's a regular person. So he has to have like a suit that the Wakandans built to make him uber badass or whatever.
Oh my God. So the black people had to build the black Captain America,
Well, because he helped them in the last Wakanda movie, I guess it was a gift. But the movie, again, starts out with him taking his... they stop a crime, which is all part of the grand scheme. I'm not going to get into that. And then after
hold on. Black Captain America with black African technology stop the crime?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And so then... well, they had you'll like this. They had the guy perpetrating the crime played a villain character in the Marvel universe, but it was the guy who ran the chicken shop in Breaking Bad.
Oh, Giancarlo Esposito?
Yeah, there we go. I knew you'd know his name.
Okay, yeah.
There, yeah. So he's nice, great actor. Loved him in the movie. But
so we have a Latino fucking bad guy?
Yeah, we straddle both sides of the line with the
Nice.
sidekick and the bad guy.
What are the whites doing this whole time?
Pretty much just being angry Red Hulk as the president.
So Harrison Ford is Red Hulk?
Yep.
What, do they give Hulk Geritol and that's how he changes?
Well, that's why I'm trying to explain it. It's kind of drawn out. So
why does
the
old
doctor
man
dude,
Harrison Ford get to turn into the Hulk?
Well, Ross was very upset with the whole Hulk situation, so he pinned it on the doctor. So that way when Manhattan got destroyed, he didn't get in as much trouble. And then he kept the doctor isolated in a lab where he pumped him.
Manhattan got destroyed
in the first Hulk movie?
Oh, I thought you were saying Avengers. Okay. First Hulk movie. Okay.
Yeah, so the first Hulk movie. It ties almost everything back to the first Hulk movie. President Ross just wants his daughter to love him and talk to him, and she won't because he chased away her boyfriend, who was the Hulk. And then...
Holy fuck! Iron Man, they had to fight Jeff Bridges in a suit! That's it! It was just a corporate takeover, and they had to fight Jeff Bridges in a suit!
Well, see, the thing is the whole movie
Tron had to fight Charlie Chaplin on a roof while the fucking chick from Country Strong blew him up.
You really aren't going to be able to handle the part where Anthony Mackie introduces his co-pilot friend to the trainer and the mentor that he had, who was the black Captain America who got arrested for rescuing his friends behind enemy lines and then imprisoned and experimented on for decades.
You stole a car while you did it!
You were skipping out on child support, and we all know it. Anyways,
you weren't arrested for helping. It was for non-support. I just got out of the county prison doing 90 days of non-support.
So, like, Anthony Mackie's ultimate motivation is to free his mentor who gets wrongfully accused of a crime because he gets mind-controlled. What?
Is Bucky his mentor?
No.
Steve Rogers?
Bucky makes an appearance as a fucking political candidate.
He's fucking Captain America, though. He's got the Captain America drugs.
Well, that's the funny part, is Anthony Mackie keeps talking about how he didn't take the serum.
He's just a black with a suit.
And the worst part is it sounds like there was an opportunity for Anthony Mackie to take the super soldier serum. And he turned it down, supposedly.
Wow. From the way I can understand that. Like the Tuskegee experiment, all that shit. I wouldn't trust it either.
Neither would I. But my point is, he keeps bringing that up. He's like, you have the serum. And so the whole thing is the movie, like, is literally like, I can understand what it's like to be judged and not measure up. And it's blah, 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 blah. Like, poor me victimhood. It's like, dude, you're fucking Captain America. Fuck off.
Oh. You got Captain America through nepotism too. Like, you didn't even earn that shit. Bucky should have been Captain America.
And in the comic books, that's the way it goes. It goes to Bucky and then Falcon. But
that movie sounds like it fucking eats a big fat red dick. Wait a minute. Isn't Professor Hulk still around in this universe? Can he come by and just fuck up Red Hulk?
You know, it's weird. We didn't even have a cameo.
What the fuck is Professor Hulk even doing?
Apparently, he's Hulk smashing his dick in an apartment in the Lower West Side. I have no effing idea.
Because remember, Bruce combined them, so he doesn't even have to get mad and turn into a retard anymore. He can just do it.
He's just green and ready to go.
Ugh. Did you see they black.com'd Iron Man now too?
Oh yeah. Because again, Ironheart's even better. Ironheart is because, any black person can just find an Iron Man suit, and between that and the spiritual crap they're sticking in it,
was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps.
Yeah, and a hood rat can apparently hotwire it in about 15 minutes with half a pizza, and that's what happens.
You know what would have been great? I had an idea. I had a vision. Didn't want to believe it. Thought I was dreaming. No. I had an idea when I saw that last Spider-Man movie. I said, why didn't we save Jake Gyllenhaal? Because he was a Stark employee. Why didn't we have Jake Gyllenhaal? And I thought of the best villain if we were going to reboot Iron Man. Check this out. You tell me if this works. Jake Gyllenhaal was going to go into a lab and just try to reverse engineer all of the Iron Man tech and the nanobots and everything else. And he was going to figure out what Tony Stark was working on because Jake Gyllenhaal had the skills. He had the knowledge. He was trained in all that shit. So he was going to work his fucking dick off, and he was going to become the new Tony Stark, and he was going to have the Iron Man suits and everything else. And, the movie would start with like Thanos defeated, the snap reversed, the world at peace, there is no threat. But Jake Gyllenhaal, and he's going to be a good guy. We're not going to get the Mysterio fucking bad guy angle. What he's going to see is he's going to see who the real, because there's no infinity stones anymore. They've been reduced to atoms, so there's no cosmic threat to the universe. But he sees someone whose powers are based on the Tesseract and an infinity stone, and he sees this person as a villain, and it's Captain Marvel. Because he says, There is no power, there is no gauntlet, there's no stones, there's no Thanos, but we do have this thing where if they decide to ever go rogue, they could fuck us all up. And that's too much power for them to have. So Jake Gyllenhaal becomes the new Iron Man, and he has to have a confrontation with Captain Marvel. He's gonna win it's gonna be very Batman versus Superman-esque, where like Jake Gyllenhaal is Batman and Captain Marvel is Superman. He's like, that's, what's the line from Ben Affleck? If there's a 1% chance, this is a possibility.
We have to take it as an absolute certainty.
Exactly. So Iron Man is about to defeat Captain Marvel, and like the government or SHIELD or whoever it is now, whoever's kind of running all that shit, stops him. Like they show up at the scene and they defeat him, and he's upset because he's like, no, he goes apoplectic. He's like, we have to stop this. You don't understand, blah, blah. And they lock him up and everything else. And after the credits with Jake Gyllenhaal locked up, he has a visitor show up, and we just see the silhouette. And the silhouette sits down and says, before the movie's over, says, I think we need to talk. And who is that person who sits down?
No idea.
Pepper Potts.
Okay.
Pepper Potts sits down, and that's going to be our new rebooted Iron Man. It's Jake Gyllenhaal. And even though like the Avengers Initiative, all those people, they want Jake Gyllenhaal locked up, Gwyneth Paltrow sees the danger because, she lost Tony and all this other stuff. She went through the Thanos shit and all that. And she's like, this guy's onto something. We need him. And the second movie, she's got to bust him out. She's,
right.
he becomes like a rogue defender.
And you've got your strong female lead there then too.
I've got my strong female lead. She's still running Stark Industries. She's still in charge of everything. And he's like her attack dog.
And I tell you, with the plan that they've got with Ironheart, it's a real shame they didn't have any other young female leads that they could have justifiably
like Morgan fucking Stark.
Oh, who's that?
Just Tony's daughter, who would want to take up his mantle.
You know, the person he left a fucking recording for that tore all our hearts out. Let's just leave that character.
I love you 3000. And you could play that speech at the beginning of the new Iron Man movie, and that could be the motivation. She goes to like MIT or whatever like he did, and she becomes super smart, comes back, takes up the mantle. But no, it's got to be fucking, Megan Thee Stallion has to be Iron Man now. I'm too mad about
Jenny
this.
from the block.
Ooh, does Gwyneth Paltrow fuck Jake Gyllenhaal in my movie? No.
No. Sells him a candle. Just smells like it.
I like my Jake Gyllenhaal movie. But anyway.
It's not bad. It's certainly better than what we've been offered. I'll give you that.
Son of a bitch. Well, anyway, we have somebody sent in a Zoran Mamdani thing about him being a complete communist and his whole like political belief system. We have that. But I got to take a shit after all that yelling and shouting and you telling me the plot of the Captain American movie. I have to go shit now because you did that. So you plug your stuff. We've got about 50 minutes left today. Thank you guys very much for keeping us ahead. We're 170 away from tomorrow night. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll be back.
All right, I'll be on today at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'm going to be hanging out with my good friend Digger420. So the two of us will be doing a show talking about a couple of different things, including firefighters that got attacked in an ambush. So we've got that to talk about. I'm going to have to try really hard to avoid the American History X quotes on that one. You ever fired a fireman? All right. Well, it's just, yeah, that's going to be fun. So that's going on today. I'll be on this afternoon with Digger. Just for those of you who care, we have our show going till 4:30 Central Standard Time. We're fully through the day, so we're not worried about getting our goals met on that. It's all moved forward. We're taking Friday off, but we're doing 4 days. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week. Digger, I believe, is on board for Monday and Wednesday. And I don't know if she wants to do Thursday or not. That's usually like an up in the air thing. So we'll see if she's interested in that. And our Thursday show, we're going to kind of just have a fun time chilling out. I may go live on the 4th for a little bit. It depends. I have to see if I want to set all that up. So we'll see how that goes. All right. Where's my prep sheet so I can see what else we have? You know, it's something I should have probably planned for is that he would eventually have to go take a bathroom break. Was not expecting that all of a sudden, or at least to have to do that. But yeah, the Captain America movie is dog shit. If you haven't seen it, you've done yourself a favor. I at first was really annoyed with how they just let China like just freaking completely racistly rewrite posters and stuff. And then I saw the movie and I went, nah, fuck it. It's fine. It's fine. Captain America movie is dog shit. So it deserves that poster crap. All right. Anyways, welcome back. You feeling better now? Lighter?
I feel great. That was just so easy, you know? That didn't even feel like it took a long time.
Okay.
It was just, you know, if I may sit and analyze my shit for a minute.
All right.
By the way, we're 2 morning shows ahead, technically, because we're today and tomorrow.
Yep.
That. I want to just point out that I don't feel I was gone for very long.
Mm-hmm. You weren't.
It was a nice and easy experience. And if they were all like that, we'd have peace on earth.
Oh, what a life.
Yeah. Like that was a really, maybe I'm just learning to appreciate the little things in life now, but that made me happy. Like that, just the whole thing, just start to finish. It couldn't have been, you know, if you just live your day in little moments and those little moments are all perfect, then you've had a perfect day.
Right.
You know, it'll stop you from focusing on the little things that might, this is a little tweaked, this is a little off, this is a little whatever. But like I just went and took that shit, right?
Yeah, just enjoy the good parts.
I didn't strain. Everything was out nice. But there was enough resistance where I was like, okay, I'm not like, you know, I don't have a worn out asshole.
You're not loose.
Right. Everything felt appropriate. It was the most appropriate shit I've ever taken. Even if you were to look at the turd, like as far as looking at other people's shit goes, it would be one of the most least offensive shits you've ever looked at. You're like, that's just tapered. And
it's like launching a boat. It started with work, one good push, and then everything just took care of itself.
There was nothing offensive about it. It was wholesome. It was appropriate.
Don't know that I would describe taking a dump that way, but all right.
It was
Wholesome.
It was utilitarian. It was what it needed to be.
It was PG.
Yeah. It's a PG dump. That's what it is. Hobo says, let's all give thanks to Tyrone. He stretched Aaron out to 0 constipation. That's not true.
It's not really what we're saying here, but
Fauci's Pangolin says, did you get a boner? Did you know Gary told me this when I was working at the radio station? And if you guys aren't gifting memberships during this segment, you really just don't appreciate what we're doing here. Gary taught me this once at the radio station. He said that some men will get erections when they take a shit. Now, I never have. I don't think I've ever gotten a boner while I was taking a shit. But he said the reason some men will get boners when they take a shit is because your anus has a lot of nerve endings in it. And a lot of people will get aroused when they shit. Now, I told him that means you're gay. But
I could see that.
He insists, do men get aroused when they poop? Well, this is on my Google search forever. No going back.
Thank the Lord it's on your history and not mine.
I better not bomb a bank in the next couple of years because they're going to be like, well, this is the eye into a psychopath. And these are the kind of things they look up. Yes, it's normal for some men to experience erections while pooping. And it's not necessarily a sign of a problem. Not necessarily. Social judgment, though. Here's the sign.
Is how you
Getting the boner during your shit is not the problem. The problem is if anyone knows, because that means you're
The problem is you're looking forward to it, is what we have.
The phenomenon is often linked to the stimulation of the vagus nerve, VAG, vagus nerve.
Okay.
Which can relax the body and lower blood pressure and the potential stimulation of the prostate during bowel movements. So, yeah, you can rock your prostate while you take a shit. That's why they say that when you take a shit, it helps ease hangover symptoms. Because it lowers your blood pressure and relaxes your body. So, when you're hungover, you're dehydrated and your body has alcohol in it, which is poison in your blood, and that makes your blood thicker. And the effect of that alcohol restricts your blood vessels. So you have thick blood running through.
So it's going to bring your pressure up a bunch.
Yeah, so your blood pressure is going to go way up. So you go in a sauna lowers your blood pressure. You take a shit, shitting lowers your blood pressure. That's why sometimes you'll take a shit when you're hungover, and you'll kind of get that you'll kind of get a little wavy-headed. Not lightheaded, but wavy-headed. That's the hangover kind of easing a bit from your shit.
I felt really bad, but thank God I took that shit in the sauna. Now I'm $1 million.
Honestly, if take a shit, slam some Gatorade or some water. I say pickle juice, but take a shit, shower, sauna, and nap. And then slam water and Gatorade. And yeah, you'll really knock out that hangover by noon.
Well then.
Give it a shot.
I guess I have to, yeah.
A lot of people are going to be hungover this weekend, 4th of July and all that.
A lot of people are going to be hungover towards the end of July too.
Why? Oh, the anniversary
show and a golf.
Anniversary show and golf tournament. Yeah, find a sauna, do the sauna, shower, shit, sleep. And drink water, and you'll be good. You'll be right as rain.
All right,
perfect. And don't jack off all your shit. Atomic Ray with $1 says, "Toe, you do understand the prostate is a one-way gate. I actually surprisingly know very little about my prostate. All I know about my prostate is what I know from Road Trip, which is if you touch it, you can shoot jizz. That's what I know about.
I don't think it works quite like that.
My prostate and I don't have a very good relationship. We don't speak. MSO says, I think there's a few people right here regretting their choice of show this morning. No, give us money. For sure. For sure. This doesn't happen when he's worried about the goal, says Sam Show. Dago Doesn't Die says a lot of people are going to be hungover before 2 p.m. today. Well, that's Roots. Carlos Cameo says, does the Vegas nerve make you shoot another YouTuber? Onawall says, the ladies have been holding out on you. God damn it. Atomic Ray with $1 says, at the cost of your asshole. Well, that's true. You can't milk the prostate without going in through the hiney hole. That's for sure. Fauci's Pangolin says, I'm saving my shits for the weekend now. Attaboy. Big boner poops. It's what we're looking for. Apparently.
That's not okay.
All right, I've got some Mamdani stuff here. This is Mamdani talking about his communist fucking...
Yeah, what's he going to do for New York now that he's been elected?
This is what our show does. Our show talks about how you can get boners when you poop, and then we go to communism. Right back into communism after that. This is the guy who wants to be the mayor of New York and will probably be the mayor of New York because they vote for one party because they're fucking crushing it. I mean, the last time they had a prosperous city, they had an independent and a Republican for mayor. They've elected 2 Democrats back to back, and they've turned the city into shit, so might as well keep going that way.
What the purpose is about this entire project, it's not simply to raise class consciousness, but to win socialism. And obviously raising class consciousness is a critical part of that. But making sure that we have candidates that both understand that and are willing to put that forward at every which moment that they have, at every which opportunity that they're given. We have to continue to elect more socialists. And we have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism.
That's why he calls himself a democratic socialist. Calling yourself a democratic socialism is apologizing for your socialism.
Yeah.
It's what it is. By the way, always appropriate for a communist to have his background be being out in space. That's just really, really fitting. I don't think he knows how fitting it is.
There are also other issues that we firmly believe in, whether it's BDS, right? Or whether...
BDS? No thanks. I don't like whips. I'm not into being restrained or anything.
Did I massively misunderstand what communism and socialism are? Holy crap.
They were supposed to get red clothing delivered to them, and instead they got a bunch of S&M outfits like that scene in Dodgeball.
Oh, no.
And they just put that on and said, we're into BDS now. No, BDS is boycott, divest, and sanction. It's to stop Israel. So.
Okay.
Are you becoming a little socialist?
Maybe a touch.
Maybe a touch.
How hard is that first part?
Boycott?
Well, no, just the BDS thing. I might be. I don't know that I'm down with socialism or anything like that, but I might. Again, I'm not adverse to picking up parts that I like if I think I can incorporate them and use them.
Right.
It's the end goal of seizing the means of production, where we do not have the same level of support at this very moment.
Right. They're like, yeah, the part where we take all your shit. Apparently, that's the one we're having trouble with in terms of getting people's support. When we get to the part where we take everything they have, they get mad. And that's where that democratic socialism shit comes in. These people are all brainwashing, manipulative cunts. They soft sell what they want to make it sound good to people so they can get elected. Then they start stealing your shit. And honestly, you fucking deserve it if you buy into this shit. Like, oh, he's a democratic socialist. He says that we're going to take from all these rich people and provide services to poor people. Hey, retard, it's this interview where he's telling you what he wants to do. He wants to seize the means of production. He doesn't want to take a few bucks from rich people and buy poor people a sandwich. He wants to steal the factory.
Control everything.
Yeah, he wants to steal the factory that person owns and then have the government run it, which they're going to run it in a haphazard, shitty way. And then they're going to continue to turn your city into a shithole. But they will sell you on an idea of democratic socialism, which doesn't fucking exist, when in reality, all he wants is this part. And again, I'm not saying like he's tricking you and you're a victim. If you're too fucking dumb to see that, you get what you deserve.
He just wants to set all the wages. His will be the highest, yours will be the lowest, and we'll all be happy.
But it needs to be that way for everyone to be happy and healthy.
Right.
Yes.
For your own good.
Yes, it's for your own good, you losers.
And what I want to say is that it is critical that in the way that we organize, in the way that we set up our work and our priorities, that we do not leave any one issue for the other, that we do not meet a moment and only look at what people are ready for, but that we are doing both of these things in tandem.
Yeah, fuck what people are ready for. Let's just see if we can Trojan horse this shit on them and do it before they notice.
Right. Don't soft sell things just so people have them be more palatable, like calling yourself a democratic socialist.
Exactly.
Because it is critical for us to both meet people where they're at and to also organize for what is correct and for what is right.
Oh, yeah.
And to ensure that over time we can bring people to that issue. The ramifications of victory here is the difference between life and death.
Jesus Christ. Well, they've already he's the Democratic nominee, so he's going to fucking win.
Ugh.
This guy sees this as a worldwide life and death struggle to steal your shit away from you. And he wants to get control of the most important city in the United States. Great.
For so many of our brothers, sisters, and family beyond the binary across this borough of Queens. It's the difference between having cash bail anymore or not. It's the difference between having sex work be decriminalized and not. And with every...
Yeah, let hookers loose on the street so that we can tear away at the fabric of your society and just dwindle it down so we can interfere in your society. Like, I get it. Legalize prostitution. People should have the right to sell their bodies. But what about the moral impact? What about the societal rot and the decay of having hookers on every fucking street corner be able to sell their pussy? I mean, libertarianism sounds great until you realize that it's a suicide pact with your culture.
These never work out well for the ladies.
No, you're just going to have a new pimp and it's going to be legal.
Yeah.
You think stripping's legal? You think strippers have it well?
You are all now employees of Big Daddy LLC.
Yeah. I mean, the deal with prostitution and stripping is that everyone thinks, oh, if you legalize it, the girls will make so much more money and they'll be better. Everybody can sell their mouth, pussy, and asshole. If everybody can do it and there's no barrier to entry, you're never going to get super wealthy doing it. The money is in running the stable. Seattle Slew didn't get rich running races. The person who owned the stable that Seattle Slew came from and fucking studded him out, they made the money.
Battle that we fight as socialists, we need to remember what the stakes are and ground ourselves in them and why those stakes are important and critical to us as individuals.
And then we seize the company who makes the stakes. Communists, socialists, and libertarians are silly geese, especially if you're an adult. Like, if you get to middle age and you're still one of those things, you are a fucking silly goose.
Okay. I've never been any of those three, so the closest I've ever gotten to libertarianism is I stopped being progressive. Is it?
Yeah, that's up there. $1.99 for fun. He says, Aaron, have you had intercourse with a black woman?
You weren't watching the beginning of this show.
Latino woman, white woman. I don't think an Asian. I've kept it Western Hemisphere, I think. I've kept it pretty Western Hemisphere.
Okay.
So no. Why is that a thing, though? Like, why does that I don't think that should matter. I don't see color. That's what I always say. I don't see color.
Well, and the little black rim glasses, they all look the same.
Exactly. 170 away from tomorrow evening's goal. So keep throwing in, keep giving us a couple of bucks. You guys have done great today. You've knocked out the Tuesday morning goal, and you're into tomorrow night. So this evening and tomorrow morning, if we beat the evening goal and we start going into Wednesday morning, we get through all three of the remaining goals we have before tomorrow night's show, or at the very least get tomorrow night's show done before tomorrow night's show, then you keep alive the option of us having a Thursday morning Rumble Friday show. So thank you guys very much for your support. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. This next one we've got as we enter into overtime here. And yes, you guys are getting the extra 30 minutes while we do this. You paid for it, for God's sake. This is real. This is not a bit. This is not like some sketch comedy show that's on the internet that nobody knows about. This is a police recruiting video for the UK. And in no way does this show that the UK has multicultural itself into submission. In no way does this show that the British Empire is lost. That's not what I'm saying at all with this next bit.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं साजन यूसुफ मेहदी पिछले 20 साल से मेट पुलिस का हिस्सा हूँ। मैंने अपनी शुरुआत रिस्पांस टीम के साथ की थी, उसके बाद सेफ नेबरहुड ज्वाइन किया और अब मैं आउटरीच टीम के लिए काम कर रहा हूँ। मुझे अपने जॉब में जो सबसे अच्छी चीज़ लगती है जब मैं अपने कम्युनिटी में जाता हूँ, उनके मसाइल को तवज्जो से सुनता हूँ और उनकी जो रिजर्वेशंस मेट के मुतल्लिक हैं उनको बखूबी तरीके से हल करने की कोशिश करता हूँ। हमारी अपनी कम्युनिटी के लिए मेट में काफ़ी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं। आप अपनी लोकल आउटरीच टीम को कांटेक्ट करें या फिर मेट पुलिस वेबसाइट को विजिट करें। I'm a part of Met family. Come join us.
Scotland Yard ran a full Arabic-speaking ad for community outreach to get Muslims to help the police, either by becoming a police officer or reporting crimes.
Well, that's going to be problematic because they don't like reporting crimes of certain, not those particular people as police officers. I mean, just Scotland Yard.
The mother of the English language just ran a 40-second ad in Arabic.
Well, you know, because they're a monolinguistic nation. Yeah, why did they do this?
Because England has been lost. I'm not sure about Wales and Scotland.
The Queen is dead and the King is a pussy.
Well, you got to give the King some slack. He's dealing with a rotting asshole.
Wonder how he got that.
Named Prince Harry. No, I'm sorry.
No, Meghan Merkel.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That's the name of
no, not his rotten cunt, his rotten asshole.
My
Two different.
apologies.
How's he doing, by the way? King Charles, we were worried he was going to croak. What's his update on his cancer? We've got Buckingham Palace announced that February of last year, he's currently undergoing treatment for the cancer, continuing into 2025. He has experienced temporary side effects from treatment that led to a brief hospitalization in March of this year. A royal aide shared in May that Charles is dealing incredibly well with cancer and is managing it by living his life as normally as possible. The aide emphasized that medical science has made great strides and sees no difference in him. Well, also, if you're the fucking King of England,
you get the good drugs.
You get the most experimental, coolest alien drugs that they're like all the Martian drugs. You get all of those. Recent report suggests that his cancer may be incurable, with the focus shifting towards managing the condition and him potentially dying with cancer rather than of it. Some reports also indicate concerns about the severity of the illness. However, the palace has not officially confirmed the specifics of his condition. So,
just how bad is his asshole rotting? That's what we want to know.
We need to know the speed at which his asshole is rotting out. These things are important. Coltrane with $1 says only $1, but this has been a really funny show today. Nice work. Thank you, Coltrane. Wow. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you guys want to join Coltrane and throw a couple bucks in to show how fucking funny and amazing we've been today, I'm always cool with that. Thank you very much. The links are in the chat. We're 170 away from tomorrow night, and I appreciate that. All right, we got to talk about Alligator Alcatraz. Do you know about Alligator Alcatraz?
Yeah, Florida's plan to help out with the whole illegal immigration thing. I don't know why they didn't come up with this idea sooner, but God bless it.
Ron DeSantis basically wants to make the Blake Shelton song Old Red on steroids. And instead of a blue tick coonhound, he just wants to put a shitload of gators in a swamp, build a facility on that swamp, and then basically tell people, yeah, go ahead and escape. Go ahead.
You don't even lock the doors around here. Leave if you want to.
Yeah, go ahead. Leave if you want to. And then
you go make it.
Right. And then you play the most terrifying Red Dead Redemption level you've ever played in your life. This is a news story on Alligator Alcatraz, which, let's be honest, is a pretty cool name.
It does have a certain ring to it.
It does.
Normally on a Friday, the Everglades would be so quiet, but right now the hills are alive with the sound of construction. Joining us right now is Governor Ron DeSantis here in the great state of Florida. You came up with this idea in the last couple of weeks.
He kind of looks like if you just gave him a very little makeup, you wouldn't even need CGI. You could do a makeup job on him and make him look like one of those gorillas in Planet of the Apes. Doesn't he kind of have the features a little bit?
He does have it in the face, yeah.
Yeah. You could make him a Planet of the Apes guy pretty quick.
Right? For Alcatraz, or Alligator Alcatraz. Explain it.
Well, when you want to have deportation of illegal aliens, there's a process the DHS has to go through to vet, to process, and then to stage them for removal.
Right.
And, we've got jails, and our sheriffs and police are working. The state of Florida is all in on President Trump's mission. And obviously you have ICE operations, but that's not enough. And so there needs to be more ability to intake, process, and then deport. So this answers that. This is going to be able to have more than 3,000 illegals can be processed through here. We've got a massive runway right behind us where any of the federal assets that they want to fly these people back to their home country, they can do it one-stop shop.
So
how the fuck can Florida do they don't have an income tax in Florida.
Nope.
They just make a shitload of money off of tourists and sales taxes and all kinds of other shit. Property taxes, and they're just building giant facilities with runways and all sorts of shit. That is, I tell you what, man, I know their people are fucking insane down there, but that is a well-run state. That is a state that is just able to govern.
And moved to Florida then? Had a good time on your vacation?
I did, man. I don't know if I could swing living on Clearwater Beach, but maybe
I literally can't handle the temperatures.
Maybe Clearwater proper,
The heat and humidity will kill me in an hour.
Yeah, it's bad. I was going to kind of be like, you're kind of, but I was there.
Dude, I knew it was fatal when we met Lemmy and Granny looked like red as the beaten sun, sweating bullets. He's like, oh, it's so nice and dry here in Minnesota. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, like Granny was looking like a leather handbag,
Yeah.
I can never figure out Lemmy, whether Lemmy likes me or hates my guts. I'm guessing likes me because Lemmy sent me a really nice message last week.
Oh, good. And nice. I love Lemmy. She's fun.
Very nice. I never know. I'm never aware.
Little Lemmy on Twitch.
So where will the migrants come from? And we should point out, we're about 50 miles to the west of Miami, right?
More than that, I'd say. So we're in the heart. We're actually mostly in Collier. We're actually mostly in Collier County, to be honest.
You know who's from Collier County?
Who's from Collier County?
Ray Finkel.
Oh,
one hell of a model American.
Honest with you.
I was going to say,
this is the
we're in the middle of nowhere.
Dade Collier Airport. So this is an airport that we use for training, military. As you see, we're doing this on the existing footprint. But basically...
Oh, so this was already an airport. I thought they were building this thing. They're
building the facility on...
Okay.
It's already like federal property, I'm guessing.
They're converting the airport. That sounds like a good idea.
Space they're not using.
Yeah.
Most of the illegals will likely be ones that are apprehended in Florida. We've got across this country about 750,000 illegals that have already been ordered to be removed by an immigration judge. We've probably got 50,000 or more in Florida. And so we're going to have our hands full just with that. But I'll tell you, this is going to be a force multiplier, and we're really happy to be working with the federal government to satisfy President Trump's mandate.
None of this stuff was here, except for the runway, about a week ago.
Well, there was a couple.
Right. It's like they're just going to build this shit on a slab of concrete.
Yeah.
And it's going to house illegals. And basically, they figure they'll have very little security because the whole thing's surrounded by swamps and gators, and they figure if anyone tries to run away, you'll either be eaten by gators or you'll earn your freedom. Right?
How did you get away? Oh, I hitched a plane ride. That's nice. Welcome to Bangladesh. Fucking
buildings with the airport. This is a functioning airport. Some media has erroneously tried to say it was defunct. It's not defunct. They do have flights. All those training flights will still be able to continue, no problem. But all the stuff that goes into intake and processing of illegals, you're seeing this put up. This is all 24 hours.
Holy shit.
24 hours from now, you're going to see even more. And by Tuesday, this will be able to have intake of illegals.
And you've thought of everything. Okay, so there are 4 gigantic tents. Let's come on over here, Governor. And people are thinking, okay, you're in the middle of the Everglades. It's hot. That would explain why you've got this bank of air conditioners here.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is going to be, illegals will come.
Their asses are full of sweat right now. Swamp ass as far as the eye can see. Someone writes in, if the water be wet, gators be in it.
There be gators in it. Yeah.
That's what we got told too when we were there. You know, you chill out in the pool and you talk to strangers and talk to some of the locals, and they said the same thing. They go, because we were talking about gators, and we're like, yeah, I couldn't find a golf course. Like I was looking at golf courses online. I couldn't find one where there wasn't a picture of a gator. And they said, if there's water in Florida, there's gators.
Yeah.
I said, oh, hot shit. Let's go to Dr. Silverwolf with $5. Thank you so much. He says, well, Aaron, to me at least, it sounds like it's a lot less fun being an illegal alien. Back to you in the studio for sports. In sports today, we're going to tie Dr. Silverwolf to the goalposts and burn him with lit cigarettes. Back to you in the studio. Redbird with $5 says a mother was sent to prison for saying that illegals that commit violent crimes should be deported, but this is in the UK. Oh, I've heard of stuff like this. We can check that one out. Also, that puts us 160 away from not tonight, tomorrow night's goal. So if you want to contribute towards tomorrow evening's goal, if we stay ahead, we're going to do a Rumble Friday show on Thursday of this week. All right, so this was in the UK.
What are they doing in the UK?
So this is apparently some woman in the UK was sent to jail for criticizing Islam
on a Facebook post. Yeah,
and then in Glastonbury, this was at their music festival.
Free, 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 free. All right, but have you heard this one though? Death, death to the IDF. Death, death to the IDF. Death, death to the IDF.
Yeah, he got in trouble for this too.
Oh, he got in trouble for this?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, so
not like prison trouble, I don't think, but yeah, I did a story on this like last Friday. They were not happy about him doing this.
Now, is this did he get in like social trouble or civil or criminal trouble?
I think it was mostly social.
Okay, so it was just
the
people
event,
were mad
like
at
the event organizers, and obviously the usual suspects screamed, "This is not acceptable."
But he didn't get like arrested for it.
I don't believe so. No.
Okay, Bob Villain. I kind of like that name though. I like the gimmick, Bob Villain instead of Bob. It's okay.
To the IDF. Death, death to the IDF.
Okay, look, I'm not asking anybody to take a stand on these chants. But when you throw the drum in with it, it's really...
It is catchy. You want to join in.
I'm going to be doing that today. I'm going to be just in my head, I'll be like, death, death to the IDF, death,
like
death to the IDF.
It's got a beat, man.
Right. Like I'm mowing the lawn today, and I'm going to... Whatever's in my headphones while I'm mowing the lawn, I'm going to be distracted and go, death, death to the IDF, death, death to the IDF. And, you know, he can kind of get away with it because you're not saying, like, Israelis. You're not saying Jews.
No.
You're not saying anything like that. You're saying the IDF specifically. So you kind of got a loophole there. That's like, you're not saying death to all Germans. You're saying death to the Gestapo.
Hell yeah, from the river to the sea, Palestine must be, will be, inshallah, it will be free.
Inshallah, by the way, is becoming one of the most popular phrases in British nomenclature at this point. Like inshallah is becoming in the UK. Dago Doesn't Die says chants in general are gay. Well, what's the gayest chant? Or not the gayest chant. What's a good chant, I meant? Like, what's a good chant? One of my favorites, overrated. I like that one. Like when a ranked team is losing to an unranked team and the crowd chants overrated. I like that chant. That's an easy one.
It's not for patriotic reasons, but USA. It's a nice one. It's 3 hits and you're done. USA. Like other countries
USA.
can't really do that.
Like, I think to me a good chant is that when someone starts it, you can't help but join.
Right.
And I think USA is probably the easiest one.
Oh, God, I've got the best one, though.
What?
You suck. You suck.
You suck. You suck. That's a good. You suck is a great chant.
Yeah, that's a good
chant. Here's another good chant that's really catchy. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants.
It is actually catchy.
That's a
I do
really
that one on my show too.
Yeah, that's a really good one. There's Sieg. No, I'm just kidding. That's not a good chant. That's a nasty chant. But like, death to the IDF, death to the ID. I mean,
he made it palatable.
He did. It's hateful and it's gross and it's not nice to say, but
I can take more of it.
We're not saying the chants have to be good or nice or anything like that. We're just saying catchy.
Right.
Asshole, asshole, asshole. That's a good one.
Okay.
I like that chant. USA's pretty good, though.
It's just because it's so, like, it's short, sweet, to the point, easy to get in on. It's not misleading. You know what you're supporting when you do it.
This one was really good. I got this one stuck in my head. Kill the boa, kill the farmer, kill the boa, kill the farmer. Like, again, not nice, not good, but catchy.
Okay. I always like the Quinceorcha. A Quinceorcha.
What's that one?
Let me guess. White Devil.
White Devil. There is, I would say another good one George Carlin came up with. You know, this chant, it's a sports chant.
No.
Rat shit, bat shit, dirty old twat. 69 assholes tied in a knot. Hooray, lizard shit, fuck. That's a good chant. Zen Man Builds with $5 says Aaron's favorite chant. Thank you for the $5. We're only 155 away from tomorrow night. Thank you, guys. Should we see what my favorite chant is?
Yes.
All right.
Penis party's got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. This penis party's got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. This penis party's got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. This penis party's got to go. Hey, hey.
Not bad.
Ho, ho.
It's good, and it also makes me look not gay. Like, so if your goal was to make me look gay, it kind of
backfired on you there.
Yeah. Because I'm saying that the penis party has got to go. Like, it's done. We can't be doing this gay shit all the time. Cheeto says Kurt Angle's chant. Yeah, you just missed that one. Johnny said, yeah, the you suck chant is a fantastic one. That is a good chant.
I'm not even a big wrestling fan, and I can't help but join in and smile when that one's happening.
It's because of how
good of a character he played.
It's rhythmic. You know, dun-na. There's no chant that goes dun-na, dun-na. Like it's got that vibe to it.
Okay.
And that's helpful. Thank you very much to Eric for $1.05, $1.05 from Eric. He says, check your latest text. We need okay, we'll check that out. $1 from Eric again says best chant. No, that's just the N. You just wrote the N word 3 times back to back to back. That's not, I don't think that's a good chant. There is one chant that I think is really underrated that I don't think people respect enough. And I really hope that in the future, people will begin to respect this chant.
Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
Bringing it full circle this morning. There we go. Bringing it full circle. Here's another good one. You fucked up. You fucked up. You fucked up.
That's kind of like the USA thing again.
Yeah.
3 hits and just boom.
If people chant "you fucked up," I can't. I got to join in on the "you fucked up" chant. Aaron, as a serial unmonogamist, what do you think of Jeff Bezos getting married to the woman they cheated on each other with? She's ugly as shit too. Tons of plastic surgery. I thought Lauren Sanchez was really hot before her latest surgery. I actually thought, obviously her tits were enhanced, but like her face looked really good, especially for like a 50-some-year-old woman.
And then she had to futz with it.
She fucked with the lips and made them all cartoony. She tightened up her face too much. There was when he started dating that chick. She was good. Here, Lauren. I accidentally wrote Snatches, although, you know. There was look at her now. Like, this doesn't work now.
Do we have a then and now?
I have a now. Hold on. See what she did?
Oh, dude, the lips are way too much of a problem.
Yeah. She Helena Bonham Carter in Planet of the Apes herself.
Like blow-up dolls back in the day.
But you see,
were comically lipped like that.
She pulled the skin too tight, too.
Yeah, but I could live with the rest of the face, okay? Like, looking at the rest of the face, manageable. The fucking deployed airbags that are her upper and lower lips are a problem.
And also the bolt-ons she put on were not. It's too much. She went too far. Lauren Sanchez, let's go 2023. Lauren Sanchez. Oh, no, she fucked up her lips back then, too. God, how long has she been around? Here. Well, no, even at this point, it looked like she was strutting and cutting. That's a little better,
Those
though.
lips are a little bit better.
Yeah, see, that I like that, Lauren. 2022 Lauren Sanchez, when he first kind of like introduced her to the public, was pretty good.
She still had the tits.
But like, she's 50-some years old. She looked nice,
Yeah. And realistic nice, where you thought like, hey, that could just be a person who takes care of themselves.
Right.
Again, the lips are slowly inflating. It's like they deployed in delayed time.
Yeah, see, she didn't have the lips in this photo, and she was aging. Like, her skin was aging a little. I actually find this Lauren Sanchez endearing and attractive. Yeah, see, there's a good Lauren Sanchez.
There's something weird about plastic surgery. It's like they tighten up your skin, but it doesn't look soft anymore. It just looks like hard plastic in a way.
Yeah, that's the danger with doing too many of those facelifts. It's like I don't feel like I'm seeing a person anymore. I'm seeing this.
And like
thing,
I said, those lips are a problem.
Well, yeah, and you pull that skin too tight, the lips are going to look bigger too.
Yeah.
So you do the double whammy of the lips and the tuck, and now all of a sudden you look like the Costa Ricans, like the rainforest people in South Park. So I think you gotta. I don't know what the solution is, but like if you've got naturally good skin like she had.
Yeah, you should have left it alone.
Yeah. Let it alone. Oh, Silverwolf, I'm so sorry. I have that here. I'm so sorry.
What did you do to Silverwolf?
I completely forgot. So his bobblehead got sent back to me. Like apparently the address didn't fucking work out. He gave me another address and I moved it into the new package. I put the new address on it and I just got busy doing something and I completely forgot about the damn thing. So I just got to bring that package in. I'll do that this week.
Which bobblehead are you sending him?
I had an extra Randy Rothstein laying around.
Nice.
So I let him have it he left a really nice donation and I let him have the Randy Rothstein bobblehead.
Nice.
I'm so sorry about that, buddy. Yeah, I got busy doing some shit and I just left it. I'll put it in my car. That way when I'm out driving, I'll see it right in the passenger side, and I'll go, get your fucking black ass to the post office and mail Silverwolf his shit. Balls Deep with 99 cents. Thank you very much, buddy. What are we at? We're $1.50? Yeah, we're about $1.50 away from tomorrow evening. I think if the evening show knocks out tomorrow evening's goal and we get to start working on Wednesday morning right away tomorrow, I think we got a good shot at hammering it out.
Yeah.
Because if the evening show tonight knocks out Tuesday evening, that means we're taking all of Tuesday. Every dollar that comes in Tuesday can go towards the morning on Wednesday. And then the Wednesday morning show can just hammer out Wednesday evening. And then you guys will get 3 members only shows this week. And you'll get the thing.
The show on Thursday.
The show on
Rumble
Thursday.
Friday on Thursday.
Rumble Friday on Thursday. Thank you. Thank you. Sam Show says, how very Megamind of you. It's the VIP packages all over again. That's not true. We got all caught up on the VIP packages. We are good on the VIPs. If you are a VIP and you're like, wait a minute, he's good on VIPs, I didn't get mine, send me an email. I will check on the progress of your order. One of them came back, but it didn't tell me specifically whose. So I know there's one missing, but it didn't tell me who the name was on it because it just, so my name is the billing name, but I put the order name in their name, but they just gave me the billing name. So it's me. So I need to know who that is. And if it's someone who doesn't watch the fucking show anymore, they're never going to know.
Not going to get their merch.
What are you going to do? Silverwolf with $5 says, can't be mad about it. I figured you had enough going on. Thank you for being honest. I cleaned a spot on my mantle for him. Well, he's on his way. Zenman says, I got all of my VIP items. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, everyone who was on my list, I got caught up. MSO says, we are not caught up on the VIP packages. I never got anything. Wait, has MSO ever given? I mean, I know he's a member, so that's awesome. Right. That's great. Is MSO a VIP? I didn't have him on my list. Or did someone donate a shitload and say, give it to MSO?
It's entirely possible.
Is he a freeloading sack of shit, I wonder? Well, I'll send you to one of 2 places, MSO, and you can decide.
Today, Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
Those will be your choices. I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. Chevy fan says, you just made the list. Oh, MSO says, I was gifted a VIP by God. What's his name? Chandler. Oh, David Chandler. Well, then, yeah, MSO, send me an email with your address and your sizes and all that, and we'll get that stuff sent
over to you.
Yeah, we'll send that out to you. All right, let's do this next one. We got 5 minutes left in today's show. This is a road rage story. This doesn't really have anything to do with anything we're talking about right now. I just have 5 minutes left, and I don't want to sit and read the chat for 5 minutes, but we also can't really get into anything heavy in 5 minutes. So let's just throw you a nice little news story here. And remember, Johnny's coming back at 1 o'clock. I'm coming back at 6 o'clock. We don't have any goals tonight. We don't have any goals tomorrow morning. So let's keep hammering out those last 3 that we've got left, and we'll give you guys a lot of bonus material this week. Dude, no goal days are the fucking best.
Yeah, they're fun.
They don't even feel like a work day.
No, it's just a flow that's easier because we don't have to worry about making a part of it met. We just do what's working, and if it doesn't work, we move on.
And the fucking numbers, if I can take a look here. Yeah, we ended up show more data. Oh, we only ended up 14 people away from 1,000 at a time, and we averaged well over 800 all morning. So
yeah, so it's been a great fucking day.
It's been a great day. We don't need the goal. If you stay ahead of the goal, guys, we're aces.
Show new details in a deadly shooting at a Galleria parking garage, and the confrontation police say ended in gunfire. Police now say the victim was unarmed when he was shot by a stranger, and that suspect was actually detained the day of the shooting, but then later released.
Wait, what?
So it sounds like the cops fucked up on this one?
So you just fucking shot a guy and they picked you up and they're like, all right, we processed you. We let you out.
What's he going to do it again?
Jesus.
C13's Luke Jones is live at the Galleria with more on these new developments tonight. Luke.
Hi, Mara. That shooting inside the orange parking garage here, witnessed by multiple people, according to investigators. And they're painting a pretty terrifying picture. A veteran and his family minding their own business when they catch the attention of a total stranger who starts harassing them, then pulls a gun.
Anthony Sanders, a respected Marine
I was wrong.
Veteran. Gunned down in a Galleria parking garage in front of his fiancée and 10-month-old son June 3rd.
Jesus.
And
Dear
police
Lord.
say this man.
What?
This one really went against the grain for me.
This story got put into a stereotype centrifuge and got spun the fuck around.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
23-year-old Marco Sinan pulled the...
Oh, wow.
All right, well, that one fits.
Wait a minute. Wait, which one is he? Which one is he? Is that...
And police say this man, 23-year-old Marco Sinan, pulled...
Okay, that's a Latino kid.
Okay, so he went in in 2020 and he came out so well reformed.
Yeah, he came out so well reformed, he became a fucking member of Los Paricuas. Yeah, there aren't a lot of white guys just named Marco running around.
Yeah.
So I think we're good there.
the trigger, firing about 10 rounds while dressed in a white shirt and designer bag, according to court record.
Queer. I got a designer bag. I mean, I ain't going to make fun of him, but.
You didn't do it
This
just
is
now.
the bullet-riddled car investigators say Sinan was riding in when it was pulled over while trying to flee the scene. For the past 3 weeks, police have been tight-lipped about a motive for the shooting. But we're now learning investigators were told Sinan approached the victim's fiancée, calling her stupid, ugly, and a word too profane for television.
Cunt.
I hope.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
if it's bitch, it's a letdown.
What if it's the N-word?
Ooh, could have been the N-word. Ooh. How about N-word, C-word? No, because he said one word, didn't he?
Yeah. And they said profane, so I'm sure if they had said that, they would have said, he's racist.
Yeah, probably cunt.
Probably cunt.
Investigators tell us Sanders stepped in to defend her.
See, there's no guarantee his fiance is black either.
Right.
Then suspect and victim appeared to go their separate ways, both getting...
Well, if you were playing the odds, she's a white woman.
No. He's got a job.
...back into their vehicles. Yet the disagreement was far from over. As Sanders was trying to leave, investigators say the suspect began brake-checking him.
What an
And when
asshole.
Sanders got out of his car, police say Sinan opened fire.
Shit.
Several of those rounds shot from inside the car, damaging the back window. Sanders, court records note, was unarmed. Police detained Sinan and 2 other men not long after, but released all 3 without charges.
What? You've got a dead guy sitting in the morgue, that guy's guns, bullets pulled out of his body, and you just pick him up and let him go? Killing it, guys. Killing it.
That changed Wednesday, when Sinan was arrested and charged with murder. His court-appointed lawyer pushing to have his bond set at $70,000.
He would have access to reliable transportation.
But a hearing officer sided with prosecutors and set his bond at $1 million.
This offense occurred at a public gathering location, the mall. I do have concerns for the safety of the public.
Yeah, I would say that the judge made the right call on that one. Not only that, dude, if the cops arrest you and let you go and you just shot a guy, isn't that like race to the border time?
Yeah, it's like get out of town before they get their shit together.
Yeah, get the fuck out of there, dude. You just were handed a second opportunity and you what, just went home?
Yeah, because they thought, oh, the cops didn't arrest me. It's not. He probably thought he got away with it at that point. Like, oh, they didn't arrest me. They're not going to do anything.
He doesn't look like a guy who's got a lot of ties to the community. I mean, get the fuck out of Dodge, dude. What are you doing? Book a plane ticket, catch a flag, because you're not being flagged. You had days. You could have booked a flight, flown out of the country, been good to go. Here, let's take a look. Non-extradition countries. Ooh. I got to be honest, Johnny. These fucking suck.
Oh.
Algeria, Cuba, Somalia, Cambodia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Vietnam. Saudi Arabia ain't a bad one. Vietnam.
Depends where.
Yeah. Vietnam, Vanuatu. I don't fucking know
where that is.
Angola, Afghanistan. You go to the Solomon Islands. Moldova, Ethiopia, Syria, Montenegro, China, Russia, North Korea, Brunei, Indonesia, Morocco, UAE, that's a nice one. Belarus and Armenia. Ooh, that fucking eats a dick. We got
little limited.
Yeah, we got extradition deals with all the good countries like Trinidad and Tobago. Nice little Caribbean island. Nope.
Why can't Paris be a non-extradition country? Well, first they're a fucking city, asshole.
You fucked up your own joke.
No, I did it that way on purpose. But
oh, did you?
Yes.
I believe you. But my Tommy gun don't. All right, let's say goodbye, man. Thank you guys very much for a great start to our day. We appreciate it. Johnny's going to be back at 1 o'clock. Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. I'm going to be back on all these channels at 6 o'clock tonight. No Goal Monday and only 150 away from No Goal Tuesday. So we got I got to go to Negro Leagues Museum, Arthur Bryant's Barbecue. Take it easy, guys. Have a great rest of your day.